Good afternoon. If everyone could grab a seat, we're going to get ourselves started here. I'd like to welcome you all to the 10th Annual Texas Groundwater Summit. I'm Leah Martinson. I'm the Executive Director at the Texas Alliance of Groundwater Districts. We're a nonprofit organization that was established over 30 years ago. Our membership includes 90 groundwater conservation districts and 41 associate members, all of whom contribute to make both our organization and this event a success. I want to express my thanks to all of you who helped bring this event together, our generous sponsors, our great exhibitors, our speakers and presenters, as well as our conference planning committee. We really couldn't have done it without you. Thanks to all of you who've been coming year after year to the summit. This is our 10th year of the summit, and those of you with perfect attendance should have received a button showing as much at registration. We also were giving recognition to those of you who have been attending for 7, 8, or 9 years. We love our repeat customers, and we also welcome all of you that are new to our event. I also want to take a minute and welcome everybody that's watching via live stream this year. It wasn't feasible for everyone to be here in person, and we were so glad to have the option to have a live stream available for folks to watch from home. I want to thank our live stream sponsors, Kelly Hart and Hallman, Post Oak Savannah Groundwater Conservation District, Lloyd Goslink, Daniel B. Stevens, and Fancher Legal. Over the next 3 days, we're going to explore a number of timely policy and technical issues in Texas groundwater. We're excited about our speakers who've joined us, the insights, experience, and knowledge they bring. The past 18 months have taught us a lot. I think for me, it's really reminded me how much people need people, how much our connections and our relationships really matter. The shared pandemic experience also, I think, highlighted how adaptable we all can be when we need to be. That adaptability and resourcefulness, together with those strong relationships, are really invaluable when we're trying to solve problems, whether it's how to keep a district or an organization functioning, or how we as a state meet water supply challenges in the face of increasing demands and extreme weather. So I'm glad that we can be here again together over the next 3 days to reestablish and build those relationships and where we can continue those important dialogues. Before we start with our speakers, I do have a number of logistics and housekeeping items I just want to go over quickly. Some of the aspects of the summit might look a bit different this year. Hotel staff are required to wear masks, and event staff will be wearing them as well. We've spaced out the seating as much as possible. We've got a nice big room here for you. We've got hand sanitizing stations around the facility. There'll be cleaning of this room and the other rooms in between sessions. We're going to also throw the doors open during the breaks and the receptions, let in a little of that cool Texas August air. Thanks to those of you who brought some sunshades that we could put out in the garden out there, so those of you who would rather be outside and have a coffee or a cocktail can do so. Hopefully everyone got an event program at check-in. Thanks to the Clearwater Underground Water Conservation District for sponsoring that. We also have free Wi-Fi available, thanks to the North Texas GCD for sponsoring that. And fittingly, the password is North Texas GCD, lowercase, all one word. We also have a conference app this year, so you guys would have hopefully gotten that email. There are instructions both in the program and we're playing on the slides how to download that. It's got a lot in it. It's got a discussion board. You can submit questions, all the speaker bios, the agenda. You can access the live stream through that app. It also has an exhibitor bingo game. We've got that back again this year. We promised those of you who downloaded the app before the event and completed some pre-event challenges would be registered for a prize. And there were, I think, about 50 of you who did that, so good for you. We've got 2 bottles of pecan whiskey, generously donated by the Sledge Law Firm from the Sledge Distillery in Hood County, Texas. And those are going to go to Charles Gibson with Collier Consulting and Emily Rogers with Bickerstaff, if she's here. The two of you can pick those bottles of whiskey up from the registration desk and crack them open come happy hour. So with that, we're ready to move into our general session speakers. Our first presentation focuses on water data and some of the important advances that we've seen in water data in Texas in recent years. And on that topic, I'm excited to introduce Richard Wade, the Deputy Executive Administrator of TNRIS, the Texas Natural Resource Information System, which is part of the Texas Water Development Board. Richard's been with that agency for 16 years. You can read his full bio on the app or in the conference program. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm assuming everybody can hear me. Is this okay? Okay. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here today. This is a special treat, and I'm actually surprised of how many people are actually here. And of course, now there's the added stress of knowing that I'm actually being live streamed. So I'm going to try to do the best I can. My name is Richard Wade, Deputy Executive Administrator of TNRIS. Has anybody here ever used TNRIS data or know who we are? Okay, good. So I've been doing basically GIS and data, developing data for pretty much my entire career. I started off basically as a computer scientist and got my degree in computer science and just fell in love with computer mapping and data. And so 22 years at the Water Board and about 12 years in the private sector. So I've done both. I've been on the other side of it where I've needed the information so I understand what some of the issues really are. I can't say that I'm actually a water data person. There's a lot of data and nuances as it relates to water data. But to me, data is information as with any other information, and it needs to be handled in a particular way. So I'm not going to claim that I know all the details of water data. But I do want to, basically talk about, we've seen James Michener's quote about water rather than oil is the lifeblood of Texas, and I believe that's absolutely true. I mean, we've lived through it over the last 12 years with the incredible droughts that we had and now with the floods. And something tells me we're probably going to cycle right back into that here in the very, very near future. So it's extremely important, and we need to be aware of what data exists and how we can get to it. Basically, our challenge is to ensure that we have dependable and safe water supplies. What does it take to get there? In my opinion, you need the information, you need the data. So pretty much like everyone else, it's about finding the information. How do you find it? Some of you guys who have been around a while have your resources that you go to, but data's not getting you're not getting less data anymore. Things are really, really starting to stack up. And you need to be aware of where that information exists, and you need to be comfortable with what you're getting. So where do you start? Basically, where you start is that you probably use your computer and you do a search, or you go onto the site that you're familiar with and you do a search, and you're happily typing away and you're doing whatever you need to do. But then you get the results back and you're immediately going, well, what is this? Is this data valid? Is it good? Can I trust it? Is it updated? Or you might have multiple versions of the same file, which we get a lot on a lot of data hubs. And you have to really know what you're doing, because you could basically plan or do something with that data and found out it's invalid. And we've done that. We've had episodes where people have used wrong data and have done some sort of analytics to it and realized they had to change the data out and start over. So it basically leaves you frustrated. You don't quite really know where to turn and how to move forward. So the issue I think we have at this point is that data information is needed to make these decisions. It's really hard to find. It can be very, very hard to find. And it's sometimes hard to access. It's not in the format that you need, and you have to go through a process to get to it. And then using it's a whole other story. So the result is you're not as efficient at doing what you need to do. And we recognize that, we understand that. So I always had this kind of thought in my mind about finding data and what a data hub really is. And I've always equated it to data are like public bathrooms. Everybody needs it, And everybody uses it, but they're not responsible for it. I don't want to be responsible for this data. I can put it up there, maybe other people can use it, I'll grab data, and hopefully what I'm getting is the right thing. And what you end up getting is a public bathroom. You get a mess. You get somebody supposed to take care of this, but it isn't going to be me. It's going to be somebody else. I'm just using the information or whatever. So why is it that some bathrooms look like this? Okay, we probably all recognize where this is. But the thought here is the following. Which would you rather use? The left one or the right one? You would obviously want to use the right one, but why is it clean and the other one is not clean? I think that's really the important one. Why is the one clean? The people who use it are the same. They do this, they use it the same way. So why is one different? And it's because you have somebody whose job it is to keep it that way. And I think that's really where we fail on a lot of our data hubs, is you need somebody who's not waiting till the end of the day to sweep up or do whatever they're going to do. You need somebody that's going to be responsible to make sure the information is where it needs to be. And it's really all about that. I think that's one thing that we're going to really be focusing on. And so what happens? You go in, you're probably traveling from here to there, and the first thing you do is, well, I'm going to, I need to stop and take a pit stop. I go somewhere, you hope the bathrooms are clean, and maybe you'll pick up a soda or some snacks. But if you go into that clean bathroom, you walk out, you see this great selection of beaver nuggets and cherry balls and whatever else they have, and you walk past it, and you go, well, I'm going to grab some of that. That looks pretty good. Oh, hey, look, there's fishing poles. I didn't even know they had fishing poles here. I'm going to go fishing next week. I'll grab me a fishing pole, and then grab me a brisket sandwich on the way out, prepared by people who know what they're doing, who create these brisket sandwiches and give you your data. And so you walk out of there, you went in there to use the restroom, you came out with a bag of stuff, okay? So why am I, what does that translate to? That actually translates to customers, people wanting to go there. I would basically bet that on the way here, somebody stopped at Buc-ee's on the way here for that exact reason. But from my standpoint, even though it's crowded and you go in, it's still a positive experience for the most part. It's usually a positive experience. So you ask me, why am I talking about bathrooms? Well, it's because the customer experience matters. And I think that's really something we can't lose sight of. That when we create a water data hub, we have to have it so that it meets the needs of customers like yourself. But not only just meets the needs, but also is something that we consult with you guys on, which we have done. So as it relates to the Water Data Hub, I just want to give you a couple of quick background slides here. Back in April of 2018, some of you guys are probably involved in this. We have a kind of little get-together in Austin, Connecting Texas Water Data workshop. Again, many of you, I think, might have been there. And what we learned from that is that we wanted to identify what critical water data needs are. What are they? And what would a statewide system look like? And so that's what kind of really started this process up. And in that, one of the things that you told us was that we are interested in making water data more fair. And FAIR is an acronym for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Of course, findable, we know that. We know what it is. It's searching it and finding it and getting exactly what you're looking for. Accessible, the ability to get to it and use it and put your hands on it. Interoperable is the fact that you need to make sure, or we need to make sure, that it doesn't matter what system you're using, this data will work within that. So there's standards that are built into this. And reusable, right? If it's a service of some sort, you're using that data over and over again, you are depending on that data is going to be updated, and it's going to be the right stuff. It's not going to be old. You don't know what you have. You need to have that assurance that that's what's happening. Also, too, after that meeting convened, there was a little subset of that meeting where they all got together, And basically, under the Texas Water Data Initiative, they started talking a little bit more about, let's get this thing moving forward, right? And so it started coming up about, well, why don't we go to the legislature and ask for funding and try to see if we can get this to go somewhere. Funding for these critical water data needs that we're all talking about, because it doesn't just happen on its own. You need support, you need momentum behind it. And so that's what we did. You know, the Water Development Board actually went to the legislature asking for funding to help with additional resources when it comes to water data and flood and all those things that are all related. And we did receive those resources. So that puts us in an amazing situation, right? Texas now has a unique opportunity to contribute and shape the water landscape. And this is something we really need to take seriously now, because it's up to us to do something with that. So our mission, the mission is basically to create an intuitive system that indexes, documents, search, and has access to Texas water data and improve the data-driven decision-making process in Texas. That's what we're looking to do. It's really easy to say it. It's very difficult to do it. But as we do this, we need to understand how people work, how people use information, and how they move this forward. So we are seeking to understand how people search for data. That's pretty obvious, but it's important to know that. And how they use water data. Why is it important for people to evaluate the data source? And do they evaluate the data source? And how the producers of information actually update their information and share the data. Are there any limitations to that? We need to understand those kinds of things. So we did something interesting. We actually had, over the last couple of years, we've really been trying to get to the psyche of how people work and start to understand. We didn't want to just start building stuff and just say, hey, it's right here and nobody knows how to use it and that kind of thing. So we started to have these really, really creative ways to pull information out of people. And this is an example of that. So some of our research, and some of y'all, again, might have been part of this research and recognize this, but what this is everything on those white cards there is a graphic that shows you what primarily is in a data hub of some sort. You know, we just kind of took things and threw it out there and we put these emojis on there, and we told people, how do these things make you feel? Drag the emoji over to it and tell us what you love, what you're frustrated with, what you can't stand, what you like, all those kinds of things. And so people did that. So they drag it all over, and you can use the icons more than once. You could love everything if you wish. But, we told them, be honest, what frustrates you and so forth. So they would do that. And then what we would end up doing is telling them to rank them from the most important to the least important. And they did that. Without saying any other thing to them, we basically said, why did you choose that order? Explain it. And as they would explain it, they would reorder it, and they would reorder it, and they would reorder it, to a point where it didn't look anything like the original. And, it was really fascinating to watch, because what you didn't actually understand was they didn't really know either. They weren't quite sure exactly what was important to them, but they had experiences that they drew from. So search always got low on the list. It got the little frowny face or the, whatever. And I'd go, why? Search is so important. Why do you put search on the low side? And they said, because search never works. So, but if search worked, would you put it high? Oh yeah, of course. Well, okay, so search is important when it works. It's not important when it doesn't work. So implementation's huge. And we learned about that. We learned how people work. And we also learned that when they think about it over and over again, they change their mind. So it's an interesting philosophy as we went through this. So what we would do is we would collect all this information, we would just stick it up on these boards, and we would try to assess what it meant. We try to find what everybody created and find that fine line that went through all of them and try to group them. And so we had a board that looked similar to this. And what I'm about to show you are some slides not relating to the data hub, but to the flood information we did, because the data hub was done under the pandemic and we did everything video. So I didn't take any pictures, but this was a very similar process. So I just wanted to kind of show this to you. So we get the people in the room, and they would look at this and they would assess that information. They would try to understand it. And then from that, we would debate it over and over again. And then we would put it back up on the board, as you see what's happening here. and go through this. And this is one of my favorite slides, because if anybody knows Mike Wilmette over at TDM, he's the gentleman in the chair with his hands on his head that looks really, really upset about something. And Mike, if you're watching, I apologize for using your slide that you told me not to use, but I forgot we were live streaming. Anyway, bottom line is, but this shows some of the frustrations. What's important to some people are not important to other people. And Mike's reaction to what we're doing is like, oh, I think you're missing the point. But it's important that he stresses that so we can understand what that is. Then we would start to organize these things a little bit better and put them in some sort of a structure. And it started to make some sense. All of this stuff had a little fine line that ran through it all. So then we would build kind of more of a flow of what people would expect. If I click here, where does this go? I need to know, if I do this, what's the result? And then from that, what's the result? And so we tried to build these little hooks. Now, this is real early in some real basic pages, but this is what we were up to. By the time we were done, I don't expect anybody to know what this is, but this is actually a set of all the pages laid out with every iteration of what could possibly happen on that page and where it goes from there. And and so from that, we understand how this is going to be developed and built. And then we go back and we build it. We build a prototype, a very, very basic prototype. And we put a person in another room with that prototype, person who was helping us develop this, who said, these are the things I need. And we were watching the screen that they were using. That screen is actually a mirror of the screen they're on. And if you look real closely, you'll see a little video image at the top. So we wanted to catch their expressions, too. And that told us a lot. Their expressions when they were frustrated with something, we really understood it. But I think this is what it's going to take for us to do what we're going to do. And by the end of it, we go through iterations to the point that finally, I think we get it and people are comfortable and we can start to move forward a little bit. So that's the process that we're going through on Water Data Hub currently. So I want to talk a little bit about this pilot data that we're working on. So as we built the structure and we kind of understand what's going to go based on the input that we received from you guys, we asked, let's get data in there and let's start using it. What data products do we need to put in? And so what we did was we queried everybody, and everybody told us what they wanted. And so these are the ones we chose. So the USGS water rights data was one of the high ones on the list. Let's get that into the prototype. And so what you see is the actual screen where that actually has been done. So we have water rights in there now. We're looking at now putting in the USGS spring water levels and conditions. So that's going in there. Y'all told us that's a really important data set, and I think for sure that would definitely be. And then the board has a spring monitoring program as well. There's only about 20 or so sites in that, but that's going to be added into there because we can do that, and it would make sense to how do we handle different sources of similar data. And then the last thing is our Texas Mesonet information is going to go into the system as well. So we're currently working on that. So we've established a series of goals afterwards that we think makes some sense, but I think this is where it's going to separate us from a normal data hub that you're used to going to. And these are what we came up with. So it's a data-driven approach, data services approach, I should say. We're not interested in taking your data and ingesting it ourselves. What we're really interested in is creating data services, having you create data services when you can. If you can't create data services, maybe we can help. Take important information, let's get that in there, but we don't want to be responsible for the data. We want to link to your data and have you be responsible for your data. Metadata driven. Everybody knows about metadata, but basically what I'm referring to here is metadata is also used as some of the search criteria too. So not only are you searching on the name and some of the tags that go along with it can actually search off into the metadata and get you better results as you move forward. Authoritative data is the big one. This is where we need to find the responsible entities and put those out there. And we would know who is responsible for that data, so if it goes down or we get questions about it, we can talk to you. This is that part where I said in the bathroom that nobody takes responsibility. Well, I think it's time we take some responsibility for our information. So we're going to gear toward a lot of authoritative data. It means we can't use other information, but I think it's going to be real important that authoritative data is in there, the responsible entity is in there. And then the customer service part, which is this feedback channel and user support, where we are manning that at all times. So that feedback is something that if you're having an issue or you're getting frustrated, you can send us a message and we will respond to that. So this is we're planning to have this to be a supported system. And you can talk to somebody if you're having issues, especially on the feedback as it relates to the goals and what you want to see added or changed over time, and we'll collect those. And then it's going to be a self-checking system that auto-reports data errors to staff. So the system is going to be smart enough to go in at midnight every night and look at every link it has and see is it responding back appropriately. If it's giving a site not found error, it's going to report that, so when staff comes in the morning, they'll get the error logs and they'll start to go through and figure out what data are not working, and we catch it before you catch it. And I think that's really kind of our deal. So I think I'm running short on time, but in closing, I did want to say that this is part of a bigger picture. This isn't necessarily we're going to build this data hub and it's going to be standalone and it's going to do this thing. Data hub is part of a bigger idea in Texas for all data. And so, we're working with USGS with their Inform product and their flood decision support toolbox. Water data is important for that too. It's going to be it's going to be populating information from the water data hub into that. We're going to work closely with Texas A&M and the Institute for Disaster Resilient Texas. They have something called the Texas Disaster Information System that is huge when it comes to trying to find information, trying to find data. And it's going to need water data as well. So all these separate hubs will one day talk to each other, that when you do a search in one hub, it's going to go to another hub and find its information if it's not in the hub you went to. And so the goal is to just unify all of this in more of a standardized format. That's a lofty goal. That's not happening tomorrow. But the great news is the motivation is finally there with everybody involved. Everybody wants this to happen. And this is where we're going to rely on you for that support and for that assurance that you will help us get it where it is, because we're not designing this system because the water board is designing it. We're designing it because you helped us get it to this point. And so you are the customers. And like I'd mentioned, the customer experience is what's important. One of our board members loves this saying, and it really hits home every time we talk about data, but she always talks about our Kathleen Jackson, who is one of our board members, the director, always says the better the data, the better the science, the better the science, the better the policy. And she truly believes that. And I believe that's why we have that sort of momentum behind us, because our executive staff, our board members, everybody else truly believes we have to do this. And then lastly, I just want to bring up who we're working with on this. So we are working with Internet of Water. Duke University has been a group that we've been talking to exclusively on this, and they've been helping us understand the technology, move that forward, and so they're in our meetings pretty much every week. They've worked with California, New Mexico, and set up data hubs for them. We want to be interoperable with the other states as well that are in part of this process, Western States Water Council. But a big shout out needs to go to the Cynthia and George Mitchell Foundation for all their support and help along this way. Specifically, Dr. Robert Mace, if he's in here, has been instrumental for making this happen when he was at the board, and again over at the Mitchell Foundation for all his support that he gave us, because I don't think if we had that, I don't think we would be doing this way. I probably wouldn't be talking about it right now, and it would be so much delayed. So, and then our staff, Sam Hermit, Taylor Christian, Chris Repka, and the development team, and our designer, Laura Sepulveda, are the ones doing all the really, really hard work on this. So thanks to all of you who have helped support this and will hopefully continue to keep us going and keep the momentum going. I believe that's my time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Do I have time for questions? Okay. Oh, okay. I can take any questions if anybody has any. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Didn't think of that one. I'm not mic'd up, so you can't hear me. Someone had texted a question asking about where the greatest data needs, the specific kinds of data that GCDs in particular could help with.
So I think that's a great question. As I mentioned, I'm not necessarily a data guy, but what I would anticipate, or what are people asking you for? What are the data sets that people want from you all the time or asking you for? And where do you have them and how are they located in your site? And that would be something, if you say, all those people in these groundwater districts, if you constantly are hammered with requests that everybody's asking for this data, let's talk. We could put it in here and make it automated and have some way to join up with y'all and make that work. So a great question, but I would just say whatever people are asking for is really critical that we put into a system like this, if you can do it. And we also want to know what data is important, but maybe you're having trouble putting it into a system, maybe making a service out of it. Those things are important to us too. So I hope that answers that question. Yes?
Tell me again who brought the process to you to go through developing the site?
Who brought the process to us, like the actual development side? We did something different that we've never done before, is we actually hired designers that actually understood what makes a good site. You know, a lot of times sites are built by the engineers or the people who use it and say, hey, it works great for me. I don't know why nobody likes it. You know, it's one of those things. What we did is we brought in full web application designers that listen to people and say, this is how it needs to go. These are the best practices for making a good data hub website. You know, we want the Buc-ee's bathroom. We don't want the other one. You know, that's what we're really trying to do. And it shows when you have a really good site, people hit it, people come, and you know you're doing well when you start to see your people coming on in more numbers. So that's how we did it. We decided to go a little outside the box on that. I hope that answered your question. Okay, oh yeah, okay. She's actually on this slide, right? Laura Sepulveda is her name. She is our lead designer. And she came up with all the ideas on how to pull that information out of people, and it's been fascinating to watch her.
Another one in over the, yep, I got another question in over the app asking, will the development board's generated data, such as groundwater storage volumes, be hosted by the Water Data Hub?
So the answer to that is our plan, yes. Our plan is to get everything into the Water Data Hub best we can and create services out of it. So we're going to have to kind of follow our own direction a little bit and really focus on service-related stuff out of the Water Development Board, so yes.
And I had one other question come in, and it kind of goes to that GCD data. Are you guys going to put together some sort of like standardized methodology for monitoring and data collection that people should be following if they want their data incorporated?
That's exactly right. So we are going to be doing that. We are going to be working on certain sets of standards, white papers that we can send out to people. I think we're even going to go into possibly holding workshops with you guys to say, this is how the best way to get your data where it needs to be. And we'll be following other standards as well. We're not going to ask you to do anything that's really crazy or out there. It's basically, there's some simple ways to do that. We want to share those with you and get you involved in that and help you along the process. So I can see where we would be setting up specific workshops to have more of those conversations.
Are there any more audience questions? I don't see any hands, but there are some really bright lights back there, so I don't want to miss anybody. All right, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Richard. Everybody, let's give him a round of applause. Appreciate that today. All right. right, so those of you on live stream, I apologize if there was a little bit of a hiccup when we first started broadcasting. I would tell you how to fix it, but if you're hearing me, then you've already fixed it. So up next, we have a panel on DFC, something that you all have been thinking a lot about over the last 18, 24 months, and definitely the last few months. I'd like to now invite our panel up to the stage. In the meantime, I will mention we have our exhibitor bingo. If you guys were here 2 years ago, we played this. If you visit all of the exhibitors and enter codes into the app, there's an exhibitor bingo icon. You're going to get registered to win a prize at the end of the conference. We'll announce that at the end of the day on Thursday. So if you go around, collect those codes, and enter them, we'll get you in that. Assign seats, get those under control. All right, so I am happy to introduce our panel moderator for this panel, The Future is Now, Enforcing DFCs, John Dupnick, the Deputy Executive Administrator of Water Science and Conservation at the Texas Water Development Board, and former General Manager at the Barton Springs District, so a face that's familiar to all of us. We're happy to have you here moderating that panel. John, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you introduce your panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, are we hot? Can everybody hear us? Yeah, mic's working? Okay, great. All right, good afternoon, everybody that's attending here live, also everybody that's attending through the streaming service, and reminder for everybody, we're being recorded, so no pressure. Everything we say is being captured for posterity, so that makes it easy. Anyway, we've got a great panel for you this afternoon on a topic that's of interest to most of you that are in this room. Most of you are familiar with what a desired future condition is, and as the name of the panel implies, the future is now, enforcing DFCs. So what that really means is that this is a question that's on all our minds. This is a very forward-looking statement, metric, planning goal, a desired future condition, but there's a lot of questions and challenges that are really associated with what we're dealing here today. So what we did is we, Oh yeah, sorry, Leah. Do I need to drive this thing? I'll get it. Apologies, folks. All right. Okay, here we go. So we've assembled our esteemed panel here today, representing really the key perspectives on this question. So we've got our legal perspective, Ms. Fancher here, technical perspective, James Beach, and our the folks on the ground that have to do this every day, our groundwater managers and our groundwater district perspective. So I've asked the panelists to think ahead of time about some of the key challenges, some of the key problems associated with this question of managing to a desired future condition. And I've also asked them to kind of put their thinking caps on and come up with some solutions for how to address those challenges. So what are the practical solutions? And the favorite question on the table is, if they were the benevolent despot, if they were the dictator, all the power in the world, no limits, what would be the solution? So it should be interesting to hear some of those responses. So we've got a great panel, all these different perspectives. Without further ado, let me jump right into our introductions here. So to my immediate right, Kristen Fancher. Kristen is an attorney and the owner and founder of Fancher Legal, PLLC. She has extensive experience in representing clients on water and other legal matters across the state. She represents a diverse array of clients, from water districts to landowners to private companies, and has brings a very broad perspective of experience to the panel. So again, Kristen will be providing that legal perspective on the panel this afternoon. And then to my further right, Mr. James Beach. James is a licensed professional geoscientist, He's also the principal at Advanced Groundwater Solutions, LLC, has 30 years of experience in quantitative groundwater hydrology. James provides consulting services for districts, water suppliers, landowners, and many other entities, including services supporting the regional water planning efforts. So James is our technical brain, our scientific brain on the panel, and he'll bring that point of view to the discussion. And then finally, on the end, Mr. Dirk Aaron. Many of you in the groundwater community are familiar with Dirk. He's been a fixture among the groundwater district's discussions and of the community for many years. He, of course, is the general manager of Clearwater Underground Water Conservation District and has been since 2011. He's also been very active in TAG by serving as president and vice president, and then also active on the planning scene by representing Clearwater on GMA 8 and also with Brazos G Regional Water Planning Group. So just take a quick moment to recognize our panel and thank them for being here this afternoon. This is not an easy question to dig into. There's lots of challenges and sticky wickets to manage. But before we jump into the discussion, most of you in this room, if you've got a wonky water brain like we do, are familiar with what a desired future condition is. But if not, I wanted to set the stage, provided just a little bit of context to give you the basic primer on what we're talking about this afternoon. So I've got a graphic here that was the simplest way I know of to really describe the regional planning process, what a desired future condition is, and why it matters. The map on the right represents, this is of course the state of Texas, but also represents the 16 groundwater management areas. Within these groundwater management areas that are aligned effectively to represent the major aquifer systems are the individual districts that on a 5-year recurring basis are tasked with coming together and determining collectively what their common goal is from a management perspective for their common shared aquifers. And so the ultimate outcome of this process is the desired future condition. So a desired future condition is a quantifiable, measurable condition of the aquifer. Usually represents some sort of physical metric, namely maximum drawdown, minimum spring flow preservation, saturated thickness, those sorts of things. But it's a physical condition that defines what the common goal is going to be for the districts that share that DFC within these GMAs. So let's move over to the left side of the screen, and this is the process in a nutshell. And I'm going to get up and advance the slide a couple of times here just to walk through it. So the way it works is the groundwater districts are the assigned voting members with the GMAs, and they take the advice and the input of stakeholders, advisory committees. They go through a suite of factors defined by statute, including consideration of hydrogeological conditions, property rights, socioeconomic conditions. We call them the 9 factors affectionately. Then they also have to consider this balancing test. When considering a desired future condition, they have to think about what's the maximum amount of practicable groundwater production that can be allowed while balancing that also with the conservation of the resource. So pretty tough decision making that gets involved with this process, considering the factors, and there's also this balancing test. Ultimately, the product is the desired future condition that's represented in the box outlined in red there. And then once that policy statement is determined, it's handed over to our agency, the Texas Water Development Board. We apply the best available science, namely through the groundwater availability models, the GAMs, and then the product of that is an estimate of pumping. What's the volume of pumping on an annual basis that can be afforded to preserve that desired future condition? And we like to call that modeled available groundwater, or MAG. So the purpose of that number really serves 2 key distinct purposes that we're going to get into here in the discussion. On the left side, that number basically determines the water budget that regional water planning groups have to do their planning. How much groundwater is available from that particular aquifer to inform what sort of their planning and their water management strategies. That gets rolled up into the state water plan. We do that on a 5-year basis. And then on the right side of the screen, it's also the modeled available groundwater and desired future conditions also are very important in informing how districts managed. The districts are required by statute to incorporate incorporate how they are going to achieve their desired future conditions into their management plan. The rules are also required to support those same efforts. And then ultimately, the MAGs are to be considered in their permitting decisions. This happens on a 5-year loop as well. All the while, the districts are required to monitor their desired future conditions. So there's a groundwater planning component, groundwater management component. I've done enough talking. The stage is set. Now let's hand it over to our panel so we can dig into this. And so we'll start with the overarching question to really set the stage, and we'll move through the panelists to have them address their individual perspectives. So Kristen, we'll start with you. So from your legal perspective as an attorney, and as you represent your clients, what would you say are the primary challenges or problems associated with managing to or enforcing a DFC?
I think on the very fundamental issue that districts face is the regulatory uncertainty. That this is somewhat of an untested process from the sense of we don't have a lot of precedent in terms of between GMA petitions and then obviously no court cases. So when you have what's a relatively new statute, as we know over the last several sessions, not this past session because nothing was done in water, but the ones prior to that, we had a lot of changes to 36. We have changes to the DFC process. And so the point is that there's a lot of unknowns. We're in a period now where we're creating the law, like with oil and gas 100 years ago. They were in a period then of creating the law. Now we're creating the law, and so that means that there's a lot of regulatory uncertainty for districts.
So James, same question for you. I mean, the overarching question is, what are the general challenges, primary problems? And so we have regulatory uncertainty, the law's not clear, there's a lot of ambiguity there. From a technical perspective, what sort of challenges do you see as a technical consultant when you're trying to advise your district clients and your GMA clients?
Yeah, it's amazing how different everything is across the state, right? There's just districts that are very well established. They've established protocols, rules, management plan. They've been there a long time. Different districts, and then there's other districts that are new to the whole process. There's different levels of funding. I'm preaching to the choir here if you're familiar with GCDs and are on the board or a general manager. But all of that sets up a lot of different drivers for how you approach this process. The one key thing, and I think the talk before us was very critical, is data and making sure that you're defining your methodologies well to gather data so that you can continue to address your status of your DFC. And, obviously there's a lot of difference between West Texas and East Texas, confined aquifers and unconfined aquifers. And, the whole perspective of local management that we see in Chapter 36 with the overlay of DFCs and GMAs is still, as Kristen noted, there's still a lot of ambiguity there. There's still a lot of untested waters there. So we'll get some answers maybe from the courts or petitions at some point. But I think the challenge really is making sure that you're collecting the right data. If you've got a DFC statement and you're a GCD manager or on the board of a GCD, you should probably look at that DFC statement and go, are we collecting the right data? And be able to speak to the status of that DFC with the data you have. And I think one thing that is interesting, regardless of where you're at, a lot of people see the DFC process and joint planning as being very critical for areas where there's exports going on or there's a high volume of water. I always go back to the definition in some of the fundamental, hydrogeology textbooks about the definition of an aquifer. And it's always really fuzzy because it doesn't matter whether your wells make a gallon a minute or 10,000 gallons a minute. They can both be defined as an aquifer, and it depends on the importance of that and the fight that can bring on speaks to the value of water. And so it doesn't matter where you're at or how much water's there. It's probably just a matter of time before DFCs become important for you. So making sure that you get the right information, have the plan, and I think that the overarching question, and I see, legal minds and technical minds speaking on both ends of this spectrum with regard to whether this is planning or whether this is a regulatory, driver and a regulatory kind of a issue. And so I think there needs to be a lot more clarity there. And I think that sets up how you go about getting data, establishing data, speaking to where you're at with your DFC. So I think that's important and a big challenge too.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that there's regulatory uncertainty, there's ambiguity in the law, there's fuzzy definitions, what is an aquifer? Data, I think we all agree, is kind of the key here. But I think you're also right on point, James. It's not real clear because of the regulatory uncertainty and the ambiguity in the law. Is it a planning process? Is it a regulatory process? Is it both? What's the driver? So Dirk, as a groundwater district manager, the rubber hits the road for you all. As a district, do you have to sort of wade through this fog? You have to determine how do you interpret some of these things that aren't quite clear? And as James put it, the underlying thing that you can do is collect the data, but not all districts are created equal. And I had a board member that once said that science is expensive, and it is. So how do you manage all that? How do you tackle the investments and what's needed to be able to answer these questions and also navigate this sort of smoke-laden range?
That's right. Well, the first thing I want to say is that several of my board members are here, so my opinion today may not be the majority opinion of my bosses. We all know that we work for elected officials or appointed. But with that caveat, I will speak to the guiding principles of our board have been exactly what Ms. Jackson's quote up there was. If you don't have the data, you can't get the science. If you can't get the science, you can't have solid, a defendable policy. There's a way to look at what she was said positively and then say, if we don't, then we can't. And so districts that are underfunded, whether they're a single county district or a multi-county district, you're going to have a challenge simply to get the data. And then secondly is, in the development of your budgets and your commitments, find ways that you can afford with your limited resources. But to get to that point, you have to have a board that's committed to developing data, and then in the real primary challenge is to have an analytical process. The so what? I know of districts that have been in place a long time, a lot of data. But what's the so what of that data within a radius of influence of a group of wells or radius of influence within an entire district? What's going on there? And that's where the future is here now. And the challenge, in my opinion, is for districts to continue to invest in science, understand what John said, that we're not all created equal. And we'll talk about some of those opportunities to create some incentivize and bring equality in terms of a shared resource, share the strength of one, and know the synergistic nature of a weak district in terms of funding. What can we do to assist? And then understand that once you look at the data, you have to have an open mind. You have to have a desire to know the so what, and then be prepared if the so what is not what you want to hear or see. And then how does that drive the policy decisions? After 30 years in agri-life extension and in the research community and applied research, sometimes we put money toward research projects with an end desire and a knowledge of what we want that to be. But in the groundwater world, we have to have a commitment as a board and as staff to know that the results of a good scientific endeavor might tell you something that puts you on a path that is uncomfortable and that may not be what your board or your community wants to hear.
So just a quick follow-up, Dirk, and we've got a little bit of extra time to be able to navigate within this overarching question. But we see on the map here that not the entire state is not covered in a color. There are these so-called white spaces. So we've heard that a challenge from a district perspective is committing to collecting the data, working within the limited resources. How do you adjust to factors that are beyond your control?
Well, in what you're referring to, I'm thinking, but I've said this publicly for a long time. The elephant in the room for Clearwater and the I-35 corridor is the unmanaged areas that have a huge dependency on groundwater, whether they want to admit it or not. And that, in our case, is the boundaries to the south. And so the question our board is asking, can we meet our DFC? Is the DFC being busted? Can we find policy decisions that'll be effective? Or the answer might be, no, you can't, because you can't control the untethered use of groundwater. But then again, our board has said, well, let's look at it holistically. No, we didn't get the funding for the board to look at it, but let's look at it ourselves. Let's develop the scientific discernment. And we're finding it isn't about the overproduction as much as it is the structure and the hydraulics of the aquifer in those areas where we have this shared decline. So again, the science is giving clarity, and then it might also show why people are suffering on both sides of the county line, that it may not be necessarily because they don't have a groundwater district. It might just be necessarily the aquifer itself can only do so much in that given area.
Yeah, and of course you can only tell that story if you have the data and you can collect the information to be able to see what's really going on.
That's right.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of wiggle room within this overarching question. James, Kristen, anything to add to some of those challenges now that you've heard some of the other perspectives here?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to say that that James and Dirk, kind of gave me a great idea about is that essentially what we do know. I mentioned regulatory uncertainty, but the one thing we do know in Chapter 36 is that data and best available science and data, and those terms are used frequently. So, like I said, there's so much that we don't know. So my a lot of times advice to clients is, what we do know is that you can't have too much data. In your production reporting, for example, that is key. We often think about monitor wells, and I know James has a lot to say about that, but monitor wells obviously are a wonderful benchmark to determine how are we on track to meet the DFC, but also taking a really, really hard look at how you're collecting your production reporting data, how you're analyzing it. Are you checking to see whether or not the data is accurate? For example, if a public water supplier sends their numbers in and they're off, or they're off from the previous reporting period, what is the check and balance there to try to get that corrected? And I know a lot of districts are doing databases that are incorporating that, but I think it's thinking beyond just monitor wells. It's looking at the sufficiency of your data. And again, from my perspective, like I tell clients, you can't have too much. And you also, you would like to see the peer review process. That's another part of it. In 360015, it specifically says that's publicly available for peer review, essentially. So those are the things that, like I said, while we don't know a lot, what we do know is data, as y'all hear.
Yeah, and just to set up the challenge, well, from a technical perspective, James, one additional level, and we'll drift over into solutions and what could be done to address some of these things. But is it very clear in your mind where that line is in terms of compliance and how you measure when a DFC has been exceeded versus when it's been met? And what, from a technical perspective, what sort of challenges are associated with some of those questions that are still unanswered?
Well, obviously when you get two experts in the room or two lawyers, you're always going to have a debate and you're always going to have a big argument about that. So I don't know that we ever get to the end of that with a good silver bullet answer. But obviously, as we've been talking about, making sure that you've got enough information and that you've got a standardized, defensible methodology to analyze your data, whether it's water levels, spring flow, whatever the case might be, and that you've kind of on your own hopefully tested that before somebody comes in the door to test you on it. And so I think one of the things that is always happening with information and data collection is that you're kind of adapting your management and your data collection and your methods all the time and improving those all the time. We all know that there's more information you can get. You can probably, some districts can maybe do away with some of the data they're collecting to focus on other areas if the objectives are there to do that, or if the challenges are there, or if they've learned that a particular piece of data, whether it be water levels or whatever, is costing too much to help them get to where they want to go. And so I think the defensibility is critical, and to establish those methods for collecting data, methods for analyzing it, making sure you're testing it and improving it all the time are pretty critical. And I think one thing that sometimes we forget is prematurely defining DFCs that we can't measure, that we don't have data for, can be not necessarily helpful. And it's always an interesting topic to deal with non-relevant aquifers within the joint planning process, and understand that in some cases, GCDs still have the ability to manage non-relevant aquifers if before they get the data to have a DFC or to monitor and to enforce a DFC. And so I think that's a critical element at sometimes, and so we have to just kind of weigh all of those issues as you're looking down the road at what's important to withstand a challenge to your DFCs, or to enter into a debate technically about whether you're going to meet your DFC or not.
And if I just kind of maybe tie a bow around that for us, is the real challenge is for the GMs as well as their elected board officials to surround themselves with either staff members or consulting community and a legal team that helps balance and find some synergism there that gives you guidance. And then for me, it's to be prone to suggestion from those teams that we invest in, and then though make the hard questions and the hard calls that might say, we need to refine our relationship. It's getting too expensive over here. We're not getting anywhere with it. And then come to conferences like this and have conversations and go to the booths and see what the newest technology is, and then determine what do we have and what do we not have and what do we need to do to get to that point is an important part of the maturing process for a GCD.
And so just to kind of wrap up the framing up the challenge, framing up the problem, how do you enforce a DFC? How do you manage toward a DFC? I think I might add one additional layer, in that there's a lot of detail in statute that lays out how the process is intended to work. But once you start to get into the petition side of things, much of it has not been tested. And I think every time we have sort of that case study that tests the process, we end up running back to the legislature to say, we found a problem, or this didn't work quite the way we thought it would. So would you all agree that that is one of the challenges as well? And Kristen, I'll look to you as the attorney in the room. Does that present certain challenges?
It does, from a sense of it becomes a moving target, I think. And I'm thinking overarching, not necessarily just in the DFC petition process, but overarching, I think the challenges for GCDs over the last 10 to 15 years has been the moving target of, okay, we're established, we feel good about our program, and then now we kind of insert a new aspect to it. And so I think that certainly is the case. I do think, in the context of the DFC petition, when there are questions where you go, hey, there's sort of a stop, there's essentially the language in the statute stops, and we need more answers to it. I think that can be good, especially whenever it's designed to be procedural in nature. I'm all for procedural. Let's procedurally fix some things where they need to be fixed. But adding more for you guys, for the managers to do, is not what I'm in favor of.
Okay, so I think we framed up the challenges very well. I mean, these are very nebulous things with a lot of unanswered questions. There's regulatory uncertainty, ambiguity in the law. Where you have a dearth of data can really create a challenge. So obviously more data is better. So we framed up the challenges. So we're going to move on into the next segment of the panel here, which is the segment where I've asked the panelists to be the benevolent despot, the king or queen for the day, all powerful, no limits in terms of authority or funding. And this is always a fun one, for me anyway. But I've asked them to sort of think about money, no limit. You could change the law with the stroke of the pen. What, in your individual views, are some of the bold measures that are needed to address some of these challenges? And so, James, we're going to start with you. From a technical perspective, sky's the limit, no boundaries. What needs to be done to address some of these issues?
Well, Dirk started with a disclaimer earlier, so I'm going to do that now. As a consultant, I have to be very careful about what I say because I represent lots of folks, and whatever I say may come back to haunt me. So what I will say is this: to start with this principle. Number one, there is no silver bullet answer. A king or a queen can't make all great decisions that are going to solve the problems. The issue is you've got a very valuable resource in water. It doesn't matter if it's a 1 gallon a minute well or 100,000, or a 10,000 gallon a minute well. It's a valuable resource, and that's what makes decisions hard. And so that's the principle we start with. Number two, I think the one thing that that we could gain from and get better direction from, if there's clarity on whether this is a planning process or a regulatory process, and I think that will sort itself out with time, one way or the other, whether it's through the legislature or court decisions or petitions or whatever the case might be. But I think that's the one thing that really drives, how you see the process, whether it's planning and you're feeding numbers into the regional water planning groups, and that's the way you see it, and then you use Chapter 36 and all the other tools in that toolbox to regulate, or whether you see it as a regulatory function and process, and you're going to design a DFC and hold everybody accountable that way. I think the nature of how you see that process and the lack of clarity there drives a lot of what we're seeing with regard to the challenges. And so I'm not very good at being a dictator or king or queen, so I'll just say I think those are some areas we could improve upon and help districts and the regulated community both have better clarity moving forward and have less risk on both ends.
So and before we go to the other panelists, I just want to add on just a follow-up question for you. So, and this has come up several times, where there's, in the view of some, there's not real clear whether the DFC serves a regulatory function or a planning function. If you trust my little cartoon here, it does both.
Yes.
It serves as a groundwater availability number for planning, and it also drives management objectives and things from an actual district management perspective. Do you feel like that's not clear and needs more clarity?
So I go back to, for those of you who've been around these conferences and water conferences for a long time, I go back to who owns groundwater debate that we listened to for 10 or 15 years, and then the Day case came along and we go, we're gonna get our answer. And the Day case said, well, you own it, but it can be regulated, and so we're still debating all of that. And I think this is a very similar issue where it's hard to. I agree with you. I see both of those functions in Chapter 36, and so obviously I don't have all the answers, but I think that more clarity on that issue is going to be critical as we move forward. And where that comes from, I guess we'll figure that out as we go. But
all right, okay, Dirk.
Yep.
So we'll move on to you from the perspective of a groundwater manager. You're doing the job. You're actually on the ground having to deal with these challenges. What if you can wave your magic wand? What sort of bold measures do you see are necessary to be able to address some of these challenges? You mentioned limited funding, some of the regulatory questions, lack of control in certain areas of the state. What do you believe some of those bold measures are to address some of those things?
Well, there was a concept that I had proposed to the three of you, and I think tempering that to think more about what's attainable if it could be brought to light. And I think of people in the room, leaders that have been in place since we saw, those of you that didn't see the picture of Robbie Cook and in relative to CE's going away, Robbie was key to the DFC process. He championed that as a representative, correct? And so we're here today in maturing through that process. So in my mind, after also serving on Region G, state water planning, we now have state flood planning, I can see a funding by the state that helps make everything equal. There's districts that cannot contribute to the update of a GAM in our GMA, but districts who have rolled up their sleeves and really invested. Now that that update to the North Texas scam is now 10 years old. We blinked our eye and it's 10 years old. Those districts made the initial investment, now have a lot of production data. There's site-specific data. Our district's committed to pumping tests that can be added to it. So getting some state funding that formalizes that would be really cool to me. Also, because we have the board, and you saw the presentation before ours, they are equipped with technology. Now's the time, I would think, that if we could have a discussion across GMAs, across the state, about analytical tools. Now that we've seen all this data out there, can we develop analytical tools that can be segued into helping us make sound, legally defensible policy? Those analytical tools are only being talked about on the fringes right now, and you're going to hear Michelle Sutherland's going to talk about some of that. I know Amy Bush is, and I know Michaela Pedrosa is going to give a presentation of our first reiteration of an analytical tool. Not first, it's like the fifth. James came up with the first version of that and worked us through a process. So if I was that person for a day, I would say, can we come to conclusions and then be able to collectively talk about the results of those things? Put more in our toolbox.
Right.
With money.
With money.
Money, money, money.
Yeah, money seems to be the theme here. Lack of it or the need for it. So Kristen, from a legal perspective, you've got your magic wand. You could change the laws. What sort of things, in your view, from an attorney's perspective, are really needed to address some of this regulatory uncertainty or some of the ambiguity in the law?
Mm-hmm. Mine, it dovetails off of what Dirk said, that I think that if we treated the DFC planning process like the regional water planning process. And when you really look and you look in the statutes at both different planning processes, the intent is very similar. So if my bold measure, for example, would be, like Dirk said, have the funding. So the way that the regional water planning groups are funded, have a similar mechanism for the DFC, for the GMAs, and then we also would have a more robust, guidance document, and that's something I know I had mentioned where maybe Water Development Board comes into play. I know, James, you do a lot of the regional water planning, the plans for the different groups, and y'all have an outline exactly. You have to check the box and meet all the different criteria. Maybe if we had more of that, I know that that's something that I would like to see. Funding, but then also that a more formalized process where we're not going, well, I hope we did this right. We use 36108 as our checklist, but it would answer some of the questions that lie within that provision.
All right, so before we move on to the reality check, any final comments? Now that you've heard some of the responses from the other panelists, anything you might add? Did you get an inspiration in terms of what's the big solution? It doesn't even need to be politically realistic or there's no funding limitation here, but anything to add on in terms of the solutions to provide more direction here or address some of these issues?
Well, in the GMA process, and I'll use GMA 8, getting those unmanaged counties a seat at the table, incentivize their participation opposed to demonizing it, I believe would resolve a lot, because then they become more informed. If their county commissioners court is to have a representative of some kind in different, just as the GCDs do, that actually, that's a shift in, that's a paradigm shift in the mindset of GCDs and our elected boards. I believe my board would be more, they're all about inclusiveness. And so incentivizing those counties that don't have a GCD, Northern Travis, Williamson County, we've got 20% growth, and we thought we'd have about 17 over the last 10 years. Our two judges are communicating along the county line. They're anticipating 57,000 new homes in the very near future in southern Bell County. That is in a rural area, and it's inevitable. It's been bought up. The developers are looking at it. So why not bring, in a robust funded plan like this, bring those people together, and then maybe through some sort of an understanding, by incentivizing it, they might see the need for managing, not just for today, but for tomorrow.
All right, before you all get dethroned, any final comments?
One thing I'll say, Dirk, is that you brought to mind, I think that, I know we've said for years that, hey, the decisions are being made for you. For the unregulated areas, the decisions are being made for you. I know Ty Embry is the one that says that the best, so I'll give him the credit for that statement. But so those decisions are being made for you, and so I think that having maybe that education with some of those counties, and I know, you know, with GMA 8, for example, a lot of those areas districts, they were unregulated, and then after the PGMA was established. So a question I have is, okay, so is this going to be where we've got these unregulated areas and some of the data that we're collecting, the rest of us that, you know, the DFCs are being enforced on, is that going to then contribute to the PGMA creation process? And I think we'd like to see that, and that's kind of a question back to you, I guess both of you.
Well, I'll answer that because it's one of my final talking points is there's a lot of things I'd like to see. One, I would like to see legislatively TCEQ empowered to do that in a proper way and it not be so politicized. And you obviously, there's legislative staff members here, they're like, Dirk, that ain't, you know, that's pie in the sky. Well, that's what we're talking about. If we're king for the day. And again, without doing it, muscling people in, but incentivizing them to have a seat at the table and with an understanding of what's there, and tie some of this back to the state water plan, because that's where Williamson County needs money for infrastructure. The SWIFT funds, Carlos championed that. And so having those kind of those three-way connections there would allow them to, because it's really easy. If we were deviant, we could, as a GMA, we can set the DFC so that the MAG is run this, and too bad, so sad, you can't get any SWIFT funds because you busted your DFC. Well, they don't even know what their MAG. They don't even know what a MAG is, but they are evolving. I will say the regional planning process has helped evolve that group. Now connect the two.
Yeah, and just to finish up, and back to what Dirk was talking about earlier, you know, the data develops the science and the science develops the policy, which is going to lead to good decisions in planning. And so I think if we don't have the good data and funding for that, to get that data, then we're missing the very first step. And that uncertainty on the policy and, you know, planning regulation aspects of this process leads to, you know, uncertainty for everybody on both sides of the table, both the districts and the regulated community and all of those folks that are out there developing the whole corridor between Dallas and San Antonio. So I think you know, better data, better science leads to less risk for everyone in that process.
Yeah, I think Director Jackson would be so proud that we've invoked that mantra quite often because it just makes it's so true on a lot of levels. It seems like science and data are the key here. That seems to be a theme.
Science, data, and people.
And the people.
Right people.
Right. So we're shifting gears. So the final question. So when we constructed the format of this panel, we were kind of thinking about, well, there's lots of questions involved in this process. There's a lot of untested aspects of it. There's a lot of challenges associated with managing towards a desired future condition, enforcing one. Let's lay out the challenges. Let's talk about what are those bold solutions, realistic or not, that might be needed to address some of them. But we wanted to finish maybe with some nuggets that are more practical, some takeaways that you all as an audience could, you know, start thinking about, maybe some seeds of inspiration, some more practical measures that we could leave you all with to think about to address some of these challenges. So I'm going to start off with Dirk. You get the first crack at this one. So really, from a more practical perspective, we've laid out the challenges. We've talked about the really bold measures. We've kind of drifted into some of the more practical stuff, collecting data, you know, seat at the table for planning purposes. But if you were to concisely sort of wrap up what you believe could be done from a practical perspective and from the district, the perspective of a groundwater district and groundwater manager, what would that be?
So I'll throw out some trigger words. First one is prop. Second one is fund. Third one is empower. The third one would be the word merge, annexation, or a hybrid of such. And with that, a bold move, the reality would be the prop would be to prop up the GMA process with funding from the state. No doubt. Director Jackson, that statement right there just wraps it up. And if we walk out of here forgetting anything, I would pray that you didn't forget that. The funding is necessary so that districts can be created equal within their GMA. It's not about competing GMAs, but it's the shared needs within a GMA for money. Empower, and I talk about empowering the board with funding to assist us on these analytical tools. Case in point is the subsidence tool that's there for us. It's there, it's a tool, it's an analytical tool. It adds to our management plan as we develop it every 5 years. The other is the things that we don't want to hear is mandatory merging or the optics of a shared desire for merging or annex some areas. It's hard for a board to open up their heart and mind to that because I helped create a district in the 80s in Terry County. It was about getting our own district so nobody else come in, so we didn't have to listen to anybody else. That was kind of the mantra back then, and that's not true today. Annexation, when we are brought to, people ask through the petitioning process within Chapter 36, keep an open mind. Don't judge and don't make a public statement that you will or won't. Listen to their needs and then and then go through a process with those people petitioning for annexation. And what's the options for them if we don't annex? But can we help them get to the next step? And the other is a hybrid of those. I think of Drew Satterwhite. I thank the good Lord every day that I don't have to wear 3 complex hats. But it's in his genetics. You know, we saw his dad up there today, Cremois, and nobody realized that the battle CE had with Cremois, and he's getting a plaque at TWCA from Drew's father. That's where I think that the reality is we have people who are capable of solving problems, and we have board members who have a desire to have a better understanding of what's going on. We can actually have a reality check when we look at those assets that we have out there.
Okay, Dirk, I forgot to say you don't have the crown anymore. We had to put the magic wand down. So merging and annexation, those are pretty bold suggestions in terms of these areas.
They are not the opinions of my board.
Right, okay. All right, got that.
But they are part of the conversation.
Right. All right, thank you, Dirk. So, Kristen, from an attorney's perspective, how would you, given the practical reality of our current circumstances and, limited resources, ambiguity in the law, there's white spaces that aren't managed out there, how would you advise your clients in terms of addressing some of these challenges?
What I say is, let's do, like I mentioned earlier, what we do know. And what we know is that in Section 36108, we use that as a checklist. And for every factor or element that we're required to address in that process, what is your proof? So, from a legal perspective, okay, that's great, but I want to know what is the proof of that we've considered this factor. So for each and everything, and what should eventually be incorporated into the explanatory report, what is the proof behind that? Because as we know, we've got 2 benchmarks essentially that in the law, highest practicable level of production and then conservation recharge and some of those. If your pendulum is swung really far over to one of those sides, you better have the abundance of proof to show why. And so that's the main thing I think from a practical perspective, is just thinking of it like that, as every single element I must meet. What is my proof that I've met it, and is it good enough? And then also, just really quick, I think that if you've got another practical perspective, I think is, so for example, if you're trying to add to your monitor well network, thinking of it like maybe when we're doing these permits, maybe we can ask these permittees to put a special condition in there that, we're gonna test that well, or we're gonna monitor that well annually. In many districts, they find that the permittee agrees to that. So that seems to me like an easy way. You're already having to go through the permitting process. You're issuing a permit, and let's see if some of these permittees will agree to this condition so you can add to your network, and some of those kind of what are easier things that we can do, and really with boots on the ground approach as we're in there permitting, in there having conversations with applicants.
So leverage the process perhaps to expand the network,
Yes.
collect more data, actually get on-site information to be able to make a permitting decision once they go into production.
Right.
That seems like a good practical solution. So James, you get the final word on the practical advice here. From a technical perspective, you advise lots of districts. I know you've worked through various GMAs on one, developing effective DFCs, but also districts in terms of how they manage to or defend a DFC or demonstrate compliance. What's that practical level of advice? How would you advise your clients on how to address some of these issues?
Yeah, so back to what Kristen was talking about just then, I think it's really important that you as a district and among the districts in a GMA all understand, first of all, in your own house, in your own GCD, how do we strike this balance? Can you articulate that? Can you help whoever's writing your explanatory report, can you help them explain how you came to that balance of striking maximum practical use versus conservation? And just having that practical conversation at home and then at the GMA, and understanding how other folks are doing that, and if you're in an aquifer or in a setting where others' opinions and approaches and methods are going to be affecting you, then make sure you understand how that may play out. And so, obviously, to reiterate what we've been talking about already, you should be, asking yourself on a regular basis, how are we measuring? How are we evaluating? How are we adapting, both locally, and if our DFC is regional in nature, like some are, then how are we talking to other districts to see how we're doing to enforce that, or how are we measuring it and analyzing it, and what would we say if somebody came in the door and challenged us on it, and have those conversations. Obviously, you need to have them in public at GMA meetings and make those discussions more easily available to others so that they understand where you're at. And then, I think sometimes in the DFC process, we're always talking about model runs and how that plays out and the imperfect nature of modeling and all of that, and we get focused on that. But really, sometimes we forget it's the data that is going to be used to enforce those DFCs. And so, as you're looking at that modeled result and what you set as a DFC, how does that really compare to your pumping data and your real results in your monitoring and your evaluation? Are you totally missing the kind of the meshing of those, or are they actually on track? Are they actually helpful in what you're trying to achieve? So I think those are the practical things that you can do on a day-to-day basis, and continue to challenge yourself internally, because the challenge from externally might be there before you know it.
Yeah, so my quick takeaway is here, a crown really doesn't help. There is no silver bullet, and you're never done.
That's right.
It seems like from what you described, James, is that you constantly have to collect the data, you input the data into the model, then you have to constantly compare the outputs of the model to what you're actually seeing on the ground, collect more data, and it's an iterative process. And then we're going to kind of wrap up this question, and I'm going to shamelessly quote Director Jackson again: the better the data, the better the science, the better the science, the better the policy. So we've got some extra time here. We're actually ahead of schedule.
I've got questions for you too.
Okay. But before we get to questions, any closing remarks before we move on to question and answer? Your director, that's a wonderful, positive statement. But I go back to, if you're asking yourself as a district as you're walking out the door, do we have quality data? Do we have some sort of QC? Because if we don't have the data, quality data, methodical, intentional, then we will not have the science. Then by not having the science, the district is failing its constituents. That's really the root of what she's saying to us. She's just so diplomatic. If she was speaking to us here today, she wouldn't be as blunt as I just was, that I am. But I admire that, and I will tell you this: the last thing I want people to think of
walk out of here, I want them to walk out of here understanding that we have a shared job and the board is our resource. Work with the board, encourage the things that we heard from Tinnerus today, and they plug those into our toolbox. Utilize what's there for us. And I think we'll continue to move forward.
All right, I think we have, Leah,
She
we
left.
have time for question Q&A? All right.
We'll find out who we made mad.
I've got questions coming in on all mediums, but first maybe we'll see if there's anyone who wants to raise a hand and voice any questions from the audience before I start the ones that came in. All right. So trying to kind of take these in slightly thematic order. So is there a standard way for checking compliance status of a DFC for all GCDs, or is that just something that kind of happens here, there, everywhere, or maybe not at all?
I'll start if that works.
Yeah.
I think that's a great question, and the answer is no. There's not a standard way. That's part of the regulatory uncertainty. One thing that I think that brings up for me is, so the question of whether it's regulatory or planning. Well, it is both, and in 36, it's both, chapter 36, because in 36.3011, it's, every district could be subject to the TCQ petition process, and what it basically says is, are your rules designed to meet or to help you achieve that DFC? So the issue for me is I go, okay, so today, there is something that today I could be petitioned on. But yet in other areas of chapter 36, it's a long-term, it's a 50-year look. So in other words, okay, well, I guess the answer, or one of the things I tell clients is, okay, what we need to do is we need to make sure your rules show what your plan is, not that you're necessarily meeting it today, but what your plan is, and your rules and your management plan and how those are, so we need to add provisions after that round of legislative changes, we add provisions to make sure that we're making clear this is how we intend to achieve our DFC, even if that's not today.
Yeah, totally agree. There is no specified way to do it. That's the only right way. And obviously that speaks to chapter 36 is, I guess, local management, overriding local management approach, right? Even though we're working within GMAs and we're doing regional planning and joint planning, there's still, a heavy emphasis on local management. And so if you've got local management, then you've got local DFCs, you've got local data, you've got local processes to look at that and to, set rules and management plan and everything else. And so there's a complex overlay there, but I think, because of the complexity and even the difference that you see in DFC statements and whether they're local or regional and how they're applied, and I think all of that requires that there be, various ways to do this. And that's why I think, stand by what I said earlier. I think what everybody's agreeing to is, you need to be challenging yourself to make sure that, whatever you're doing and your methods and your results, when somebody asks you the question, where do you stand on your DFCs, that you've got a good solid answer. So it doesn't have to be the same methodology across the state.
And if I might add to that answer, though, is if you are collecting data and you're putting it on the shelf and you can't answer what's the trends toward achieving our DFC, then you're actually missing the mark. And it's pretty, it's a situation where your board cannot defend what they're doing if you're not actually looking at the reality of it.
And kind of following up on that, there was another question asking whether or not there should be a requirement and more scrutiny for DFC monitoring and compliance, such as every 5 years in an explanatory report.
You'll go ahead. All right, I'll start this again. Whether there should be, I think that would be a challenge because, like we talked about, there are budget limitations for districts that are not able to implement maybe that frequently. So because of, the essentially unfunded mandate where this is all locally funded, I think it's problematic because there's going to be some that just can't do it at the same timeline as some other districts. And then what you're doing is you're basically creating potentially either a system that's too hard to achieve for a lot of districts, or the bar is so low that then you have, and John and I have talked about this, then you have the bar so low that essentially you have those meeting the minimum criteria and not doing what they would do otherwise because the statute has less, has less strict requirements than they were planning on doing.
And if we prop up the GMA process with some funding and support from the state, I think that'll fill the gap between the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah, so this speaks to your point, Dirk. All districts not created equal.
Correct.
Different levels of sophistication, different accessibility to resources, and with a little bit of support from some source, that a rising tide would raise all boats, sort of thing.
Absolutely.
Right.
So another question that came in kind of in the same vein, assuming you have the good data, and that's telling us that we're at or over a DFC, what should a GCD, or what can or will a GCD do for current and future permittees? And what role, if any, would restrictions on exempt wells play in that?
District manager, maybe?
Well, I'll try that, and I'll reference back to what Kristen said earlier. It's not been tested, but in our place, if you have a good scientific team and you have a good legal team, and you're not burdened by what you don't want to hear, and prepare yourself for some sort of proportional adjustment, and based on sound, defendable data. And the data, though, you better QC it. I'll talk about Alan Day. Alan I've known for 30, 40 years. He encouraged me to think about different metrics within our water level measurement because we use a hybrid of that. Make absolutely sure you put your employee in a position that they have to check, double check, double check. And the pleasure for me was that process we put in place. An intern this summer, in his presentation to the board, said, I didn't realize how important that was. And I will say that Alan Day and James both said to me, if your data isn't any good, all that investment, you're going to pitch it in a can, and you're going to start all over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what I'm hearing, Dirk, and there's sort of a theme here, is that if you've got the data, if you don't have the data, invest in the data, or collect what you can, develop a plan so that you clearly define how you intend to measure your DFC or aquifer levels relative to the DFC, and then make sure that it's very clearly communicated. I think transparency is also obviously a fundamental in governance, but it's key to be able to communicate how you intend to do this, because there is not a one-size-fits-all method to demonstrating compliance with the DFC, or how you use it to inform a permitting decision.
And in our case, 50% of the groundwater use comes from our exempt well owners, over 5,000, opposed to 140 permitted wells that are 50% of the rest of the production. We intentionally do a really hard look at our exempt well users to determine what are their groundwater demands right now, and not just plug in 25,000 gallons a day and calculate it all out. And because the reality is, even in certain areas of our district, we know groundwater use by exempt well owners is much higher than others. And so we try to have a very, very scientific look, mathematical approach to how we determine that. So because we can only, the law specific, we cannot curtail those exempt well owners. And I don't think the guiding principle of any groundwater district is to ever harm that relationship. I would hope that we're all on the same page there.
More questions?
Yeah, there is another one. It's regarding socioeconomic data. And we've been talking a lot about the science and collecting the aquifer data, but socioeconomics is one of the considerations when you're setting your DFC. Should districts be doing more to develop socioeconomic data? Right now, they're really just, I think, primarily looking to what the TWDB has on that. And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I was glad. I know in the first round of planning, we didn't, I believe, even have the Water Development Board socioeconomic data. So I will say on that, while yes, in the last couple of rounds, we've relied heavily on it, districts already, those that have been in existence for at least 10 years, were already looking at that because the data wasn't there from Water Development Board. So yes, absolutely. I think the more for that particular criteria, also property rights as well, the more that you can say, hey, we've looked at Water Development Board as a tool, we use them as a tool. We've used, for example, the North Central Texas, the planning agency that helps with local governments do their jobs. They do a lot of those kind of studies. And so partnering with them and it's essentially when you get two local governments that are doing, that have similar types of work, and those can partner together. You use their data, and so yes, I think locally you need local data, and then you also need Water Development Board's data as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see just a difference in the approaches for groundwater management across the state based on socioeconomic interest that are active in different areas. And I think you see that in rules. I think you see that in the approaches that districts use to manage. And I think there's just a lot of wisdom tied up in local management on that issue that can't be necessarily quantified in a way that we do it for the state water plan. And I think, again, Chapter 36 points to that local management to be the driver for a lot of those big decisions.
I believe, let me double check. One last question that came in. What about DFCs? Could those be expressed as a volumetric cap?
What's the question again? I'm sorry.
Can DFCs be expressed as a volumetric cap? Is that something that's permissible?
Is that not been tried? And they kind of kicked that can when you had managed available groundwater? That was a cap?
Yeah.
Well,
Is that volumetric?
From the Water Development Board's perspective, it kind of, I guess I have a question as to what's really meant by a volumetric cap. If it's a production cap, that's a MAG. That's what modeled available groundwater is. So I think you'd cause some real internal conflict there in terms of the terms. But if the volumetric cap is X amount of volume to remain in storage over a certain amount of time, and that's an expression of a quantifiable condition
DFC.
in the aquifer, and it meets the very specific definition of how a DFC is defined in statute, perhaps. But if it speaks to production, I don't know. What do you all think?
I mean, from my perspective, the law was changed a few years ago or several years ago now to focus on actual production. So we went away from what's permitted, and now we're focused on actual production. And that's what I mentioned earlier about making sure that the integrity of your production data is as good as it can be. And so I think that it's not, I think, for example, it's hard to say, okay, in year, this fiscal year or production year, potentially that we busted the cap. But that doesn't mean you're necessarily not on track. And I know James says it best, so I'm taking some of your advice, and also Dirk's, that just because you've busted the MAG, so to speak, does not mean that you're not on track to meet that DFC. For example, in a drought year, I think there's a lot of places that would. So it can't be a cap on a year-to-year basis. I think you have to look kind of where you're on your curve over your 50-year planning cycle and say, okay, so in year 1, maybe we have exceeded the MAG number, but in years 10 through 15 we didn't, and so we're on track to meet it. So again, it's over the long term, and I don't think on an annual basis, because that's not what the statute, it says on an average annual basis over that planning cycle.
Yeah, I think Dirk hit it on the head. I mean, 10 years ago, we went through that discussion when we changed the language in Chapter 36 from managed available groundwater to modeled available groundwater. And the point is, we don't have perfect data, we don't have perfect models, we don't have perfect volumes that end up coming out of those models. And so, in a perfect world, you could get closer to saying, yes, there's a volume that we're shooting for, and that's a cap. We've done away with, MAG as a cap. And it is for regional water planning, obviously, and it's planned around there. But, for all the reasons Kristen mentioned and that Dirk deals with every day with regard to data uncertainty, changes from year to year on actual usage and all of those things, it makes it difficult.
Yeah, and just unless I want to make sure we understand the question correctly. I heard the question to ask, could a volumetric limit be used as a DFC expression? And that's where I think it gets really complicated, because the DFC expression is supposed to be the source of the production number, the volumetric production number. So I think that would be a little difficult. But I will just say from the DFCs that we observe coming through the board, because we've got sort of a statewide perspective, there are examples of desired future conditions that express an aquifer condition that also are directly correlated to a production number. And some districts weight that information differently. If you feel good about your correlation, production to DFC, you can use that in your permitting decisions and how you might regulate production. If you don't have as much confidence in that correlation, you might look at some other things. But again, statute limits that MAG to being a factor in the permitting decisions and not necessarily the factor or a cap.
All right. That was great. We went through most of the questions. We are out of time. I think we could probably keep you guys up here for another hour and not run out of things to talk about when you're in a room of groundwater nerds. But thank you so much. Let's give this panel a round of applause. So I think if John ever decides to leave the world of groundwater, he could maybe take up a second career or a third career as a hard-hitting journalist. I don't know. He's got a knack. All right. So next up, we have a tag team presentation. We've got the Texas A&M Natural Resource Institute put together and developed a really interesting tool on land trends in Texas. So we've asked Raul Lopez, the director of the Texas Natural Resource Institute, and Robert Mace, the executive director at the Meadow Center, to speak on that tool, what those trends show, and what that means for groundwater. So let's give them a moment to get up to the stage, and in the meantime, let's give them a warm welcome.
Howdy, howdy. We ready? Are we 6 feet apart?
I think you're, oh yeah, I am on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You look a little sickly, so I'm gonna stand over here.
I'll be all right. All right, well, thank you for joining us this afternoon. As was said, my name is Roel Lopez. I'm with the Texas A&M Natural Resources Institute, and my colleague and friend here, Dr. Robert Mace, is with the Meadow Center at Texas State. So the charge that was given to us today is to talk about changes in rural land, changes in farms, ranches, family forests, and how that impacts groundwater. And so we're going to tag team this. Well, we'll kind of go back and forth here, but let me start by just telling you a little bit about Texas. 30 million Texans rely on natural resources across the state. There's 171 million acres of a farm, a ranch, a family forest, and these rural lands provide critical resources to all of us, ranging from air, recreational opportunities, food, fiber, carbon, and of course water. And so there's obviously a connection between what happens on the land and the condition of the land to what happens in the ground with regards to water. And so as managers, it's imperative for us to look at changes in rural lands and what those changes mean in terms of the implications to our water resources, specifically our groundwater resources. And the three things that we're going to sort of frame our presentation on are the fact that Texas is going to have more people. That's going to impact the land I use the term land infrastructure, right? Land is infrastructure, and those changes will impact a variety of resources to include water. And of course, in Texas, there's a large group of individuals that steward these lands, these private lands, these farms and ranches, which play a really critical role. And so with that, any opening remarks?
So I'm going to be more of a Greek chorus on here, but as you all know, groundwater is a distributed resource, and by that I mean it is spread clear across the state. The state is blessed with a number of aquifers and groundwater resources, and so however rural lands go, so goes groundwater resources, and many of you are experiencing some of these challenges with a growing and urbanizing state.
Well said. So one of the things that we're going to use as a basis for our presentation is changes in rural lands using some data that at A&M we've collected and have analyzed for the last 20 plus years that we call Texas Land Trends. So some of you may be familiar with that. And what that data set is, for the most part, is the marrying of two data sets. The first is county tax appraiser data, and the second is the ag census data. The ag census data comes out every 5 years, and so you'll notice some of the years tied to the data is on 5-year increments, and it's for that reason. But through that relationship, we can understand changes in land value, changes in ownership, land use, and so forth. And the focus here for us are lands under ag valuation, 1D and 1D1 lands. So that's a common question people ask. And so the first slide here is what we see in Texas also occurs at other states. And there's a change in rural working lands in farms and ranches that's driven by a strong economy, followed by more people, more Californians moving to Texas, an increase in demand for water, or an increase in demand for rural land. And as a result, there's an increase in land values, market values increase, which is an early predictor of an incentive to subdivide and eventually convert that farm and ranch to a subdivision, a strip mall, et cetera. And so that's the process. And again, nothing new here, but from a water perspective, it means what?
Well, water is weaved all through changes in the working lands. And so with a growing economy, we need more water. With the population growth, we need more water. And at the end of it, with fragmentation and conversion from working lands into suburban or urban lands, we need more wells. And I also put down there's more tanks. And surface water is also weaved through here, and sometimes that has a direct impact on groundwater, because if surface water is being intercepted, then that may be preventing recharge of groundwater in those aquifers where you have losing streams. But then also it could be impacting surface water resources, which then creates more pressure on the groundwater resources of the state. And for the record, I came here from Illinois, through New Mexico. You looked at me when you said California, and it was a dirty look. So, so I didn't know if you knew.
Same difference.
Okay, you heard some rumors about me or something. Okay.
All right. So that process, again, starts with the fact that our state has more people from Illinois, New Mexico, California, all of these other states. And that obviously impacts our resources in a very broad sense. So I like this slide because it really sets the stage on the value of private lands and the stewardship of private lands. 171 million acres. You hear the statistic, 95% of Texas is privately owned, right? You probably have heard that a lot. The statistic I like is 83% of Texas is a farm, a ranch, a family forest. That means 83% of annual rainfall falls on a farm or ranch in Texas, recharging our groundwater supplies and so forth, filling our streams and rivers and so forth. And so that, I think, is important when you look at the fact that Texas has 30 million Texans, and that number is growing. And this map here to the right shows the number of Texans that live in an urban center of some sort, as well as the number of Texans that live in a rural community there in that yellow-orange color. And lastly, 1% of Texans own 141 million acres of land. 1% of Texans, landowners, basically steward these lands. And so from that perspective, it's important in better managing these resources and working with landowners, at least from our perspective, in maintaining and sustaining these resources. So in looking at the land trends data over the last 25 plus years, again, we're sitting at about 30 million Texans. That's about a 57% increase. In looking at this map, you'll see some of the counties highlighted here with the black outline. The hotter the color, that's where we're seeing the greatest increase in those population changes. Not surprising, they're tied to and in and around these urban centers. And so, again, that's one of the trends. More people, and they're clustering in and around these urban centers. When you look at changes in rural versus urban Texans, and I don't like pitting the two between each other, but there are about 90% of Texans live in these urban centers. And so from a rural community perspective, from a groundwater district perspective in these rural communities, it's harder to sort of have a voice in this landscape or in the sea of increasing pressures. Bad news is, if you thought traffic was bad, it's only going to get worse. So 30 million Texans in the next 20 to 30 years, we're going to see a doubling of the population in the state. And there's no signs of that decreasing. And so, again, that means more and more pressure on various resources to include water.
Water. So this is a plot I stole from the brand spanking new 2022 State Water Plan that's now available at the Texas Water Development Board's webpage. And this is a classic plot you have seen, those of you who've been around for a while, for many years as the new plans come out. It is showing projections of water demand in that red line from 2020 through 2070, and then existing supplies in that dashed blue line. Ideally, of course, you want that dashed blue line above your demand line, and if it isn't, then it means we've got some work to do. This is it's a great plot, but damn the Ogallala if it doesn't mess up everything. You know, it's there's a lot hidden behind this plot. You know, at first blush, and I hear this from folks, particularly folks outside Texas, like, wow, you guys, that massive population growth, that doubling of population, but your demand is staying the same. Well, not quite. Next slide. I like having you advance the slides for me.
You bet. Anything for you, Robert. Let me know. So the Ogallala has a major impact on the results or summaries of water in the state. Just side tidbit, the Ogallala provides 40% of all the water supplies in Texas. All, not just groundwater, all. On the groundwater, it's about 85% of all supplies. So this is showing the water needs. So this is where we need more water above and beyond our current supplies. And you can see that there is indeed a large increase in municipal supplies, which is the red part of the bar. And then you have a need for additional irrigation supplies, which that is, again, mostly driven by needs in the Ogallala because we're pumping it at 6.5 times the rate the water is coming back in. Okay. So, kind of a grim picture, right? More people, greater demand on our water resources and so forth. Going back to the land, so what happens with regards to sustaining these more rural landscapes, which from a water perspective are more beneficial and more sustainable in maintaining water resources long term, is we're seeing more and more of these type of signs. It's the breakup of farms and ranches and so forth. As I said earlier, one of the early predictors of conversion, fragmenting, taking 1,000 acres, breaking it up into smaller segments, and then ultimately selling a segment or two, or maybe all of it, and so forth, is market value. And so over the last 20 years or so, you can see the values there. The hotter the color, the greater the change in value. Statewide, we've seen an increase in cost per acre of about $1,500 per acre. This is statewide, but in some of these areas that are in and around these urban centers, that could be 300 to 400% increases in values. And so, not surprising, when you have that level of demand and pressure on these rural lands, there's an incentive to subdivide. When you subdivide a property, you can actually get more on a per acre basis than if not. And at some point you reach a point where that converts into a strip mall, a subdivision, et cetera. You know, one of the things I oftentimes say is the last crop that we'll plant in Texas is asphalt. Asphalt will be the last crop that we plant. And so that obviously has ramifications for the conservation and management of lands, rural lands in particular. This slide kind of shows you where most of this breakup is occurring. Not surprising, they're in and around these urban centers. That's where the demand is, and everyone wants a piece of Texas, especially these folks from Illinois, New Mexico, California. They all want a little piece of Texas, and they race over, and voila, they have it. And so the ultimate conversion is the ultimate impact, right? In the last 20 some odd years, we've lost about a little over 2.1 million acres, and there's no sign of that slowing down. We're preparing for the 2022 Ag Census data, which again, we do these estimates every 5 years because of the nature of that data. But what's interesting about that, we were talking about COVID and what are the implications of that. There's data that's suggesting that we're learning that we could work from home. And why am I living in Austin with crazy housing prices when I could live outside of Austin on 10 acres or 5 acres or 100 acres
with crazy housing prices.
Right. So there's been this shift occurring that we're seeing in some of these rural communities, and broadband, I hate to say, kind of accelerates that in some regards because we can work from home. Right before the session here, I was teaching class to 100 Aggies back in College Station. And so, we live in a very different world where you can do things of that sort. And so that causes some shifts in land use and demands. And so from a water perspective, more people, greater demand on the land, more straws in the ground means?
More wells, more groundwater production, and more groundwater management challenges. When I was working with Roel and putting this presentation together, I was thinking, where can I show, maybe increased wells and with increased growth? And the Water Development Board, since 2001, has been getting all the submitted well drillers reports. So this should be every well drilled since 2001 in the state. And without doing any kind of filtering, you can see that there is a clustering around these urban areas. It almost lines up perfectly with kind of where you were showing increased values and property and things like that. There's some other things going on here. It looks like they're always drilling wells in the Ogallala, probably replacement wells and stuff. But there's definitely more wells. If you had a 1,000-acre ranch that Roel referred to earlier, maybe you got a ranch house with a well and a few windmills. But once that gets broken up in the 1,001-acre lots, you might have 1,000 wells providing water, and that greatly increases those costs. We don't talk about it much, but there's also, with fragmentation, the sad loss of habitat for wood apes out in East Texas.
Yeah, there's an inside joke.
Okay.
Wood apes, or Sasquatch is the other common name for it. There is a relationship with wood apes and wells, we have found.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's true.
Next year's conference.
Note to self, don't give a presentation with Robert. Got it. All right. It's hard to look at you straight and thinking, wood apes, really? You said that?
Yeah, wood apes.
All right, excellent. All right, so more people, greater demand on our land. And there's another aspect to all this that maybe many of us don't think about often, is the fact that that there's changes in our landowners. Remember I mentioned that you've got 250,000 plus or minus landowners that steward 83% of the ranches and farms in this state. And when you look at the demographics of those landowners, this is nationally. The average farmer is about 57 years old. The average forest landowner is about 65 years old. In Texas, it's actually higher. It's between 65 to 67 years old. And so what's happening, and it started a few years ago but continues, is in our state, we're seeing the largest intergenerational transfer of rural land in its history, in the history of the state, in the history of the country. And what that means is, who's going to be the future landowner with these changes and demand and so forth? You know, many of the family members don't want to stay on the land anymore. A younger generation, less tied to the land, different goals and objectives. New ownership is about 25% in Texas. Absentee ownership, meaning they live in Austin or San Antonio, but maybe have the family farm outside of town, is about 40%, 35 to 40%. And so again, I put a water bottle there for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so
oh,
you
yeah.
can, maybe you could tell us.
Good Carrizo Wilcox water.
I looked for a Texas supplier.
Yeah, that's good.
I was paying attention to the details, Robert.
Awesome.
Just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tell us about water.
So on the water side, I guess with the fragmentation and new ownership, and particularly the absentee ownership, and my impression, having kind of gone on a field trip to the demonstration site out in West Texas when I was with the Water Development Board, was there's a lot of absentee owners there. And it got passed down to the kids, and the kids now live in Houston or Dallas or Austin, or maybe it's speculative buyers. But they're more driven by income from that property, and so they may not be as driven on conserving water or managing groundwater. You know, their goal is, obviously not in all cases, but their goal is in general to kind of maximize returns on that investment. And so they're not there at the land, seeing what's happening to the wells every year, getting involved locally with water conservation.
So we're going to show you a couple more slides that starts to kind of bring some of this together. Not surprising when you look at the projected water needs for the next 30, 40 years in the state, the darker the color, the greater the shortfall from the state water plan. And again, part of it is tied to region and where uses are, but part of it is certainly tied to these urban centers. These urban centers and this urban-rural fringe really has significant impacts with regards to the management of groundwater. And again, many of you in this room understand and know that, but that's only going to accelerate and continue moving forward. So this actually is that map that I showed you before that shows you the risk of a piece of property converting, okay? So the hotter the color, the greater the risk. Again, not surprising, it's in and around these urban centers. But then we also laid up the water shortage in 2070 moving forward. And so the bigger the dot, the greater the shortage. And again, there's some differences, right, Robert, with regards to this urban-rural interface versus an area like the Panhandle.
Yeah, so those of you that are involved with groundwater districts that are at that urban-rural interface, know there's the growth in population, so there's more straws in the ground, those are management issues. But then also, on that previous slide, you saw a lot of those water needs were in the urban cores. And most of our cities, if not all of them, have used up their local resources, so they're having to reach out to find more. And they're reaching out to the rural areas. Probably the most famous example of that is San Antonio reaching out northwest of Austin to the Carrizo Wilcox with the Vista Ridge project. And so, as it gets harder and harder to get water, there's that potential. And then also, the Middle Pecos district is not exactly near a bustling metropolis. Sorry to any Fort Stockton Fort Stockton's a very nice town, by the way. Great wine bar there, and you get some good tacos. But even there, because it's so water poor, consortium of cities, including Midland, are seeking to export water from that area. So even if you're a district and you have a good resource, especially if it looks like a sustainable one, there's a little bit of a target on your back in terms of thirsty cities looking for that water.
All right, so we'll start to wrap it up here with some final thoughts, and then maybe we can have a conversation. The trend that we're seeing in the state, not surprising, is the fact that we've got more and more people. That trends, there's no signs of that changing or slowing down. And the result is impacting, and I use the term land infrastructure, right? We often think of pipes and tanks and power lines as infrastructure. Land is infrastructure. You stop and think about it. It serves to capture water when it's stewarded properly, and it puts water into the ground. And so when that land infrastructure starts to be strained and so forth, it impacts the amount of water that's captured and managed in a better way. The changes in landowner perspectives, I think, is something that we need to be very much aware of, because again, that's probably one of the largest challenges in Texas with regards to sustaining rural lands. Land conservation is the fact that we just have this shift in land ownership. And lastly is communicating the public benefits of private lands. We oftentimes just look at private lands as food and fiber, but not beyond that. But I live in Bexar County, and I understand and appreciate that the water that comes out of my spigot comes out of an aquifer or a river that may be recharged from a farm, a ranch outside of town. And so I think having and communicating that relationship with folks can serve in better managing these water resources.
Yeah, and one thing that's even maybe a little more unique about the Edwards Aquifer than for other aquifers in the state is Edwards Aquifer as a catchment zone. So the hill country acts as a water funnel to move water in. And so there's even a water quality aspect there, and also some debates and concerns about wastewater treatment disposal into hill country streams and what that might do to water quality. Some final thoughts on the water side. We've already talked about the need for more water. There's more fragmentation, which probably leads to more wells. But want to spend a little bit of time talking about kind of some thoughts I have that traditional methods of permitting do not work at the urban-rural interface. I kind of feel like the DFs, the desired future condition process, came along on top of groundwater districts and how groundwater districts did things. And I'm going to overgeneralize because this doesn't apply to all districts, but bear with me, is that most districts are managing rural groundwater resources. So they don't have, or y'all don't have that, generally have that major demand that has come in. And so you're given a big permit maybe to some farmers, maybe you're given a big permit to the local town, the county seat, and then the rallying cry was prevent state control. So maybe you're there to keep the state from taking control of your local groundwater resources. A lot of districts were formed after Senate Bill 1 passed in '97, and I think a lot of those were formed because of concerns about groundwater export. Maybe that's why the district was originally formed. But when a district finds itself suddenly, in the grasp of the urban-rural interface, now all of a sudden here comes a bunch of big users that want the water, or maybe there's a water marketer that wants that water. And so before you're dealing with small permits, now you're dealing with a big permit, and your rules aren't set up to manage to achieve the desired future condition, or to keep pumping below the modeled available groundwater number. And so you have to give that permit. But then someone else comes in right behind them looking to file for a big permit. And so I see that there's challenges there for districts. Now there are some models out there that some districts are doing to try and address this situation. I saw Gabe Collins here earlier. He has a paper in the Texas Water Journal. There he is, a way to do that. Post Oak Savannah has an approach that they're using. And there are some districts like Barton Springs that do have caps there. But if your district and you're in the rural-urban interfaces moving your way, I would encourage you to take a strong look at your rules and ask yourself the question, what happens when someone big walks in and wants a sizable chunk of our water? We talked about absentee owners, but I just wanted to talk briefly about climate change. With the warming that's expected, it's expected there'll be a lot more evaporation. Soil moisture is going to go down, which means less runoff in the reservoirs, less recharge to our aquifers in general. And that's going to put more and more pressure on groundwater resources. And if you look at kind of the big thinkers about water resources under a climate change scenario, they're pointing at groundwater for meeting those needs in a much more uncertain world in the future. So just be aware that that's coming as well.
All right, so if you're interested in any of the information that we shared, there's our websites there, and we may have time for questions, I assume. All right.
Yep, we do.
So I don't have a mic, so if you guys can, I got a couple in.
Okay.
Sure.
See if there are any from the audience, and then if there are none from the audience, I've got a couple here, and I'll just ask you to repeat whatever questions are given.
Will do. Anybody in the audience have a question?
Yeah, it's hard to see with the lights.
Yeah, it's a shy. Oh, here we go. I got a question over here.
Sure, that's a great question. The question is, when I gave the statistic 1% of Texans own the majority of farms and ranches, the caveat is lands under ag valuation, so 1D, 1D1. And so we don't count homeowners and so forth because obviously all of us are landowners in that mix. So these are just folks that are managing 10 acres and above. So anything, typically counties have a threshold, like a 5-acre tract doesn't count under ag valuation for the most part, majority of counties. And so that's not included in the mix. That's a great question though. Yes, sir.
Yeah, with response to that question, the 1D1 also includes the wildlife management, and a lot of these developments that are selling 5-acre tracts and less than 10-acre tracts are putting the whole thing under a 1D1 roof, but there's multiple homeowners, and so I think that's messing up your numbers a little bit that way, because there's a lot of that going on.
Yep. So the question or comment really was, 1D1 includes wildlife valuation, and that could include some developers that maybe maintained it under wildlife valuation for, let's say, 1,000 acres, but then there's individual homeowners. But most of the county tax appraisers they get up on that and try to correct that. So there may be some cases where there's a little bit of that, but for the most part, it's an individual landowner that's managing. Under wildlife valuation, you have to have a plan that's submitted to the county tax appraiser for that.
Yeah, but every one of those houses has a well.
Right? I think that was Robert's, yep, absolutely.
So I've got a few here that came from my trusty phone.
All right.
The first one is, in light of what y'all have shown here, do we need to reconsider the exemption for domestic wells?
It's a great Robert Mace question. Man.
Question is given what y'all saw in the presentation, do we need to reconsider the exemption given to exempt wells?
Yeah.
That's my question. Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
that's a good. I want to hear this answer.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Oh, no opinion.
I think it'd be pretty. I'm not an attorney either. Let's see what other questions. And I'm from Illinois.
Yeah.
Originally. I think my guess is it would be pretty hard to remove that from statute. It's kind of like it's almost like a riparian right that if you own land and there's water underneath it, you have a level of right of accessing it. Not to mention that groundwater is a private property right. I think in general that usage is not much on a homeowner by homeowner or landowner by landowner basis, but for certain aquifers, and particularly the Trinity, you can find yourself overwhelmed due to limited recharge or limited production from those. So I'm ducking the question. Ask Chairman Perry on Thursday.
I'll be sure to. Another one that came in, I'm going to read this one, and I apologize. So converting from ranch or forest to municipal use would increase water usage. But given that irrigated agriculture is so water intensive, converting that land to municipal use seems like it could reduce water demands. So how does that play into what these trends mean for water?
So the question is we talked about ranch or farmland. Really, this is more farmland, specifically irrigated farmland. But farmland moving into suburban, urban development, there's greater demand for water, and there may be more wells. But if that land is irrigated, could there actually be less use of water? I guess my knee-jerk response to that is that I don't know that there's a whole lot of that conversion of irrigated agriculture to urban on the groundwater side. I'm not saying it's not happening. I think some of it's happening
Some
around
places,
San Antonio.
like, or the valley.
The valley, surface
river.
water, so I qualified with the groundwater there. But yeah, the valley, that certainly happens. But like around Dallas-Fort Worth, there's not a whole lot of irrigated agriculture. Around Houston, I guess there could be some on the east side, rice farms. I don't know that rice farms are being bought out. Do you know?
No, and Uvalde and so forth. I guess my response to that is, and I think this graph kind of illustrates that, certainly there's an impact there, but when it comes to irrigation and so forth, they tend to implement conservation practices and so forth that sort of curbs a little bit of that. But I think just from a municipality point, and I think to this gentleman's point earlier, when you have multiple homes, I mean, it's an increase in demand, consistent through the year and so forth. It would be my response.
I guess I'm thinking like if you had, so let's say it was irrigated land on the Edwards, so an ag user, irrigator is permitted 2 acre-foot per acre, which is quite a bit of water. They probably typically really use 1 acre, but I think you can convert the full 2 to the market if it's completely getting developed. And I don't know, seems like an average family uses about 0.3 acre-feet per year. Is that right? Anybody? You know?
I don't know that number. What I can point out is that the 5 acre, 10 acre tracts, a lot of those are actually irrigators. They're irrigating grass, like a lot of summer.
True.
It's a little different perspective on that, and the total sums up pretty good. It has some seasonal things as well.
Right, so that's a good point, and to the question, his comment was, you may see this graph, and there's an increase in municipality use, but it could be complicated by the fact that a 5-10 acre ranchette or what have you is irrigating grass and landscaping and so forth, and so there may be an increase in use in that form, I guess.
So I had one other one come in, and you touched on it, Robert, about groundwater quality. And maybe you could speak to that a little bit more about the potential impacts to groundwater quality in the Edwards, but maybe outside as well?
Sure. So the karst systems, so the Edwards, parts of the Trinity and outcrop are most susceptible to the water quality aspects, as well as impacts to recharge zones. Because I know that there's, in general, I think there's some special TCEQ rules about protecting kind of those features and keeping poor water quality from getting into the aquifer. But there are those concerns. You have septic tanks. San Marcos Springs, that's right outside my office, has trace amounts of cocaine in it.
Not surprising.
Yeah, there's there's micro contaminants in that water. Now you drown yourself before you got a buzz. So just warning.
Painless. Yep.
So that's, so even there, the development, depending on what's going, and even centralized wastewater infrastructure leaks, and so you get impacts there as well. So it's less of a concern in other aquifers, because I think I read where it's maybe on average 800 years for recharge to get from the land surface, or water to get from the land surface down to the water table in the Ogallala. So we can just push that off on future generations, but.
All right, are there any other questions from the audience? I see one in the back there, I
one in the back there?
Yes. At this website here.
And then someone else in the back over here got up.
That's a good question. So the question is, conservation easements is a tool that's used in the conservation of rural lands. And what it is, it's a voluntary agreement that the landowner, in working with a given organization, purposely restricts certain types of development. You can live on it, farm it, ranch it, et cetera, but the question is, could a conservation easement be used to limit the number of wells? And I think the answer is sure. If a landowner wants to do that, they could moving forward. So every conservation easement is tailored specific to that landowner and so forth. So that certainly could be something that could be weaved in that way.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question. And it kind of also sparks, what are things that could be done about what we've talked about today, and using water more efficiently in urban environments, the whole one water concept of capturing urban water and using that where at all possible. So San Antonio is really good about capturing air conditioning condensate, rainwater harvesting to meet indoor supplies. City of Austin just built a new building where it has an on-site skid-based blackwater treatment system. And so it's going to capture its sewage coming out of the building, treat it, and bring it back in to flush toilets and urinals. And so more advanced water conservation techniques like that can reduce the water footprint of our urban centers and decrease the need to reach out to the rural areas, whether it's for reservoirs or for well fields, and therefore minimizing impacts on rural systems.
All right.
All right.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Get started, folks. Are we ready, Robert? Fantastic. Welcome back. Thanks to Entera for sponsoring that break. Before we do our first door prize drawing, yes, we have door prizes this year, thanks to Red River GCD and Duval County GCD for sponsoring those. I want to thank a few of our other amazing sponsors. The Texas Water Resource Institute, our registration sponsor, the Bickerstaff Law Firm, who sponsored our lanyards. Everyone's got one on their neck. And WSP for sponsoring our badges. And at the registration table, you also hopefully picked up some of the promotional items we have available. I want to thank Trinity Glenrose Groundwater Conservation District for sponsoring the pins. Panhandle and Prairie Lands GCDs for sponsoring the notebook. You can get a little notebook out there and take copious notes of all the interesting things we're learning here today. And also for Sledge Law for sponsoring the koozies out there. Whiskeys for drinking, waters for fighting, or is it the other way around? Okay, so Julia, if you want to step up, I want to introduce Julia Stanford, our Programs and Operations Manager. She's going to conduct our first door prize drawing.
Thank you, Leah. Hi, everyone. This week, we will be giving out door prizes that will help you enjoy your fall adventures wherever they may take you. Whether you're camping at a state park nearby, flying across the globe, or tailgating at your local high school football game. The first door prize, which I do not have with me, but you'll go to the registration table to pick it up. The first door prize is a Helinox rocking camping chair. It packs up really small, about 18 inches, and is super light, and it has little rocker legs so you can rock if you want. It's very cool. For this door prize, we are drawing from all of the in-person attendees, but there will be an opportunity for our live stream attendees to win prizes a little bit later. The winner of the Helinox chair is Amy Bush. Amy, where are you? Show yourself. She was. She was in a group of people I was herding inside. Have to be present to win. Tick-tock, Amy. We just want to see her face, and then she can just go get it. She's here. Yeah. We're going to consider her here. We've had eyes on her. All right. Oh, Amy, you want a prize? It's a camping chair that's ultra light, and it rocks. Congratulations.
And if I remember from reading Amy's bio, she likes to camp. That's awesome. Okay, so I am excited to invite our next speaker to the stage. I think he's been to the summit a few times before and spoken to us, Gabe Collins. He is the Baker Botts Fellow in Energy and Environmental Regulatory Affairs at the Baker Institute at Rice University. That's a mouthful. I do not want to know what acronym that would form. He recently published a paper on overruling the rule of capture, something that obviously is very central in Texas groundwater law, and how that's played out in other states, what Texas might learn from that experience. We're pleased to have him here to share that work. Let's welcome Gabe.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for having me here, and thank you to all of you for coming and being here this afternoon. So I think my topic may be the first of the day that puts somebody at risk of being the skunk at the party, but I think there's another mustelid species that I'm going to channel here, and that one's the honey badger, because I know I'm sticking my head into a bit of a beehive, and if I absorb a few stings along the way, that's fine, and looking forward to our discussion here. Basically, with this analysis here, what we're really looking at is what's the fundamental policy objective that we want to go after? And what this is really about is dynamism, resilience, and water security for Texas, looking as far out as 2100. Certainly when I approach this work, I come at this with a very West Texas mindset, the environment I was brought up in, where when you're thinking about water, you're thinking 50 or 75 years ahead, maybe sometimes even a little bit more. Insofar as how I went about starting to try to address this question, and this is an evolving body of work, it's huge and it's complex, and I'm going to get more feedback along the way that this will evolve, but basically, I've drawn upon dozens of judicial and legislative decisions taken in 10 other states that at various points over the last 150 years have transitioned from the rule of capture to some other type of groundwater common law doctrine. These states are Arkansas, Arizona, California, Florida, Kansas, Michigan, Nebraska, New Hampshire, Ohio, and Oklahoma. We chose this cross-section because it offers a blend of, I think, unique and cross-jurisdictional insights that will give a more informed basis for policymakers in Texas should they choose to update the state's groundwater common law. Now, I'm going to try to target this for 20 to 25 minutes today, and this is probably your good fortune. So we're just going to focus on 3 of the states. We're going to focus on Ohio, on Michigan, and on Nebraska. I think Ohio and Michigan are relevant. Each has adopted either explicitly the restatement second, which is basically an equitable balancing approach, or a common law version of that is basically the restatement second approach in everything but name. Nebraska, it's a little bit narrower, but I think still very relevant for Texas insofar as they've actually adopted the restatement second approach to manage conflicts between hydrologically connected groundwater and surface water users. So our star of the show today, the rule of capture, in my mind, it's high time to think about reforming this rule, which finds itself anachronistic and out of step with the rapidly evolving demographic, economic, and hydrological realities of our great state. Robert and Roel touched in a very good way on many of these earlier. I'll layer in a few more things with some data, and then we'll jump to the states in question. But basically, this has been the law of the land here in Texas for almost 120 years now, and it's fundamentally based on principles that were developed in Rome over 1,000 years ago, and so it's not new. The Texas Supreme Court, as you see here, basically describes it as a doctrine of non-liability. If you and I are next to each other, unless I'm doing a very small subset of things that I think in practice are almost impossible to prove in court, for instance, trying to maliciously cause your land to subside, pretty much outside of those precious few cases, I could pump as much water as I want, even if it's being drained from under your land. You're not going to have recourse. Now, when we think about the forcing functions for groundwater law modernization, and again, this is in most states, if you think about the rule of capture's first few decades here in Texas, it was formally adopted by the Texas Supreme Court in 1904. It often did work in an acceptable fashion. What really changed is starting in the 1930s, we saw the proliferation of powerful turbine pumps, and also, and part of these were New Deal programs, a big push for rural electrification and better access to energy sources that actually allowed these pumps to be used. This is when we saw groundwater withdrawals really accelerate, and I think it's not a coincidence that if you look nationwide, between 1930 and 1980, almost half of states here in the U.S. affirmatively abandoned the rule of capture for something better suited to manage groundwater under conditions where you have an increasingly large set of more powerful straws tapping into that resource. Now, just to give you a brief overview here of some of these governance systems is basically we have correlative rights. This is the law of the land in California. I probably should reshade Nebraska as well. I have it as American rule. I think it's probably more accurately correlative rights for groundwater. But this is basically something where under normal conditions, it is a doctrine of non-liability until you start doing something that affects your neighbors, or there's something that at a macro level induces a shortage of water supplies, and then you start to see proportional cutbacks so that different users will have a fair opportunity to access what's remaining of the resource to meet their needs. You have the English rule, or rule of capture, which Texas and a few other states, generally ones that are wetter than us hydrologically or meteorologically speaking, adhere to. And then you have the restatement second approach, which has been formally adopted in Ohio and Wisconsin. It's basically adopted in Michigan in all but name. And then you have the states that manage by either prior appropriation or some type of administrative permitting system. Most of the prior appropriation states for groundwater are generally the ones in the Rocky Mountain region in the American West. The two outliers that are in wet areas that still use a permit-based system would be Florida and also South Carolina. Now, as we think about some of the circumstances here that we're dealing with, and a few of these slides we'll move through more quickly because I think Robert and Roel have already set them up very well. But if we think about how things have changed since the rule of capture was adopted, we're not a stranger to these challenges. We saw a strong upswing first in water use. We started seeing springs dry out all over the state. We have Texas Water Development Board reports from as early as 1975 that document this in a fairly comprehensive way. We saw an upswing in disputes between groundwater users. And again, this closely followed the deployment of bigger pumps, rural electrification, and some of the other things that enabled high volume access to groundwater. But I think the difference here is, unlike most other states, including basically actually all of our neighbors except for Louisiana, our common law hasn't evolved to keep pace with these technological, economic, and demographic changes. And so I think the first one here, if we look at demographics, is you look at the time period on the far left-hand part of this chart between 1900 and 1910 when the rule of capture was adopted by the Supreme Court. Less than half of Texas's population was in what I call the core urban growth engines. And basically the way I define this are metropolitan statistical areas that, if we look at them today, have 250,000 or more people living in them. And what you can see over the subsequent 100 to 120 years is we're now at a point where 85% of Texans live in these core metro statistical areas. And these are basically the big metros of the Texas Triangle, the populous parts of the Valley, Laredo, Bryan College Station, the Waco area, Amarillo, Lubbock, and El Paso. And what we see over really the last 20 or 30 years is just an acceleration of this. And I think water use starts to follow this. And I think that the other thing that this really brings to the fore is, if you look at the economic juggernaut we've built here in Texas, it's about a $1.8 trillion a year economy now. This is an economy that's on par with the size of Canada's. We'd be among the world's 10 largest as a standalone entity. And water underpins this growth, even if it's sometimes an afterthought. Now, when we think about the economic value generated per gallon of water used, the simplest way to think about it, and I basically used a base 10 logarithm scale for this chart because you're moving an order of magnitude between each of the big subsets of uses. At the low end of the curve, you have agriculture. You're talking often thousandths of a cent per gallon of water used in direct economic value generated. If you start moving into manufacturing, you look at steel production. Here I use a Ford Focus. Probably for Texas, a Toyota Tundra or Tacoma would be better. Comparison south of San Antonio, but they haven't disclosed the data for the calculation, but it's going to be in the ballpark where you're getting into tens of cents of value generated per gallon of water used. And then if you start stepping up into some of the higher value things, you look at, for instance, fracking for oil and gas, you look at semiconductor and electronics manufacturing, which especially for the Austin area is an increasingly important area. There your multiplier goes up again by a huge leap. You're talking multiple dollars. And then if you want the king here, I wouldn't recommend doing this unless you want to visit from the DEA, but I actually ran the numbers if you were growing poppies and taking it all the way to morphine and selling it. And that one you can generate pretty good returns on your water, but maybe not such a great idea, legally speaking. Now, in terms of thinking about how water underpins growth, I think Texas really has two second mover advantages here. The first second mover advantage is one that's very core to this talk today, and that's the ability to look at other states' legal and legislative experiences. They made the transition, but I think we also have the benefit almost in real time now of having a second mover position to see what can go wrong when you don't have adequate water supplies to underpin growth. And this is something that isn't just a Western states issue. If you look here at the image I've put up, basically the left-hand side, that is a Western states issue. That's Utah there. That's a reservoir up in the mountains east of Salt Lake City, where you have the city of Oakley has actually basically had to put a halt to issuing new home permits and further growth because they just don't have the water to feed these places. And this is something that's elapsed fairly quickly. You're talking a 3 to 5 year time frame. But if you want to look to an environment that in precipitation terms is even wetter than the part of Texas we're in now and probably more closely approximates Houston, that is South Carolina, where even in that very humid environment, we're seeing groundwater-related conflicts emerge. Google's at the center of this one. They have a big data center, and running all those servers, you need a lot of cooling water, and they've actually been pulling an aquifer hard enough there that it's created local disputes, and they're still trying to reach a resolution to that. And to kind of give you a sense of this and why we should be concerned about it in a Texas context is, we've been working very hard, I think, as a state, and the COVID pandemic's accelerated this. We want to attract businesses from California and other places that have a less operationally friendly regime. But at the end of the day, there's a couple of things other than a good political environment that you need for that. You need electricity and you need water. And if these things become something that's more than just an afterthought to a business planner, you've started to erode our competitiveness because these businesses could site all throughout the country. And so it's, I think, something that really deserves attention and, again, makes it very worthwhile to raise the question of, is it time now to update our groundwater common law? The other thing to think about, and I think Robert alluded to this in his remarks, maybe in a slightly different way, is, when you think about both Texas has existed before and especially a more populous, economically larger, and potentially even more manufacturing and other non-natural resource business oriented Texas moving forward is, and climate change layered on top of this, water supply reliability, groundwater is going to be the flywheel that underpins that system. You think about an engine trying to run without a flywheel, you're going to get 1 or 2 ignition cycles and that engine blows itself apart. Groundwater is what balances us here. And as evidence of that, if you look at the poll on groundwater during the 2011 drought, and then you look at the big dip in groundwater usage during 2015 when we had so much rain during the spring and summer, I think it really brings this point home. And I think, I don't have the data to run this for the 1950s, but my guess is if we juxtaposed a 1950s type of drought onto the current incarnation of Texas, these moves would potentially be even more stark, and they would be sustained over a much longer period of time. And you'd be talking easily tens of millions of acre feet of volume, something that would be equal to a material portion of all the reservoirs we have in the state. So where this brings us is, how do we think about updating this operating system? We know that if operating systems aren't periodically updated, the technology, the things you're trying to run with it tend to not work as well. And I think one thing that's really critical to bear in mind here is, as we consider this in a Texas context, is the common law is not something that's static. I think there's times when, and probably the more people deal with lawyers, the more they think we're a force, from time to time for stasis and not changing things. But the reality is the body of common law that we're all steeped in is designed to evolve. It's really something that is premised on a logic that can and arguably should be updated when conditions change. It's not just a static code of rules meant for all eternity and all conditions. And as we look at how one state did this, I think Ohio is perhaps the closest example, just in pure legal genetic terms for Texas. And it's not an accident that I snuck a DNA double helix in there, because if you look at the East decision that made the rule of capture our groundwater common law here in Texas, they quoted massive chunks verbatim from this Fraser versus Brown decision about 40 years prior in Ohio. The idea that what goes on in the subsurface is so occult that we don't really know what's happening, and then also this idea that imposing any type of liability for water withdrawals would be something that stymies growth and development. And I think what we've seen, not just from experience in Texas, but really from experience all over the United States, is both of those propositions are just fundamentally false and very much deserve a rethink. And Ohio did this rethink. They maintained this system for about, I guess here if I'm doing my math right, it'd be about 120 years, be roughly where Texas is now. In the Klein decision, you had, and I'll skip ahead here just so you can see some of the background to it. Basically, there were landowners who were dried up by a quarry's dewatering operation, and they sued over this, and the case made its way up to the Ohio Supreme Court. The defendants asked that the rule of capture, as it had existed for almost a century and a quarter prior, be applied, and the Ohio Supreme Court drew on a big body of law, fundamentally the same body of law that I looked at in drafting this report, and came away with a few conclusions. They said that the rule of capture was often harsh, it caused uncertainty, it wasn't congruent or aligned with modern hydrological knowledge, and that was also a system that basically, if you had the might and the size to defend your groundwater property rights, you were in an advantaged position, but otherwise you were basically at the mercy of everyone else around you. And so what they did in response to this is they adopted the restatement second approach. And just in a nutshell, this assumes non-liability unless you do something that unreasonably causes harm to your neighbors. And there's different ways this can play out. You exceed a reasonable share of annual supply, or you start affecting hydrologically conjoined water sources. And I think one of the big questions as Ohio made this move is, how is this going to practically affect groundwater property rights? Well, lo and behold, 21 years later, the Ohio Supreme Court got to speak on the issue again. I think what we saw is it actually enhanced property rights. You went from something that was basically focused most of all on non-liability to something that actually focused on protecting your water rights by law, and it recognized rights to groundwater as a defensible property right. I think these protections would probably be even stronger in Texas because we already go a step further with our statute here and recognize a real private property ownership interest in groundwater. And so I think this is something, obviously nobody has a perfect view of the future, but when we look at the Ohio experience, it was a big transition. It was a significant leap that the court made, but it's been something that's actually enhanced property rights there. I'm running short on time, so I won't dwell on this. I'll post these slides up afterward for anybody who wants to see how the Ohio legislature came in subsequently and actually codified some definitions of reasonableness. What I want to turn to next is Michigan, because I think this one is extremely relevant as we think about this urban-rural interface that increasingly manifests itself in the Texas water space. And we have a whole line of cases in Michigan where we see reasonable use balancing evolve and be applied. And I think something that's really stands out in there is the courts didn't take an absolutist attitude of the kind that you often see when the rule of capture is applied. They balanced interests. For instance, if you have a city who is obtaining a water supply, but it's drying out neighboring landowners, they don't enjoin the city from not pumping, but they do ask that the city pay compensation so people can lower their wells or find alternative sources of water. They want to try to ensure maximal sustainable access to the resource. And I think this is something that is already congruent with what we do here in Texas, and really with the very congruent with the livelihoods and what many of you do day to day in your work governing water supplies here. So we'll skip this. I think the key point to take away is Central Texas is probably the battleground for this. I think you have outlier scenarios if we had a bad enough drought where Houston or Dallas become interested in the Carrizo, Wilcox, and some of the water resources deeper inside the triangle. I think a balancing approach also makes sense because when you look at how our use patterns are evolving in Texas, in the Water Development Board's latest state water plan amply reflects this, there's a greater and greater shift to non-fallowable uses. In a worst case drought scenario, it's a tragedy when you have to fallow a farm field, but you can do it, but you can't fallow a city or factory in the same way. And groundwater is a critical source of supply for a lot of municipal systems scattered all around the state, not just in some of the bigger cities. I think we already see this implicitly reflected in planning when we see the difference between identified water needs and the needs that are actually met by the latest water plan. You notice that most of these very closely match, with the exception of irrigation. Now, and again, I apologize for compressing this a little bit here. As we look at Nebraska, there's a more limited application of the restatement second, and I think this is one that, particularly in Central Texas, in some of our areas with the springs, could be very relevant. And this was one where you had a conflict between upstream groundwater pumpers and a downstream surface water irrigator. And after a pretty significant fight, the Nebraska Supreme Court ultimately decided to apply the restatement second approach. And they took it's basically very riparian oriented. There's a strong flavor of this in both the explicit riparian and the groundwater portions of the restatement second. And what stood out at me when I looked at Nebraska's, the court's decision here, is when you see this idea of practicality of avoidance, adaptation, protecting of existing investments, it's basically who's the lowest cost avoider, how do we get there, and how do we protect existing investments. And I think Texas courts already have a lot of experience in this area because we've been doing this for 100 years and running in the oil and gas space through the accommodation doctrine. So it's something that's not massively new. I think to kind of leave you a bit of a takeaway flavor here in case you think I'm being a little too radical with some of the ideas I'm putting forth, is in the 1930s and early 1940s, Texas very strongly, there were many interests that very strongly considered making groundwater public property and having it accessible through permitting and prior appropriation. There was even an attorney general opinion, I believe, that dated from 1940. We saw some of the water-owning interest groups mobilize against that, and we had the 1949 legislative session, and many of your profession here today, I think, can very much trace its genesis to those events, but it gives you a sense of where we've gone before. This is Ivy Holt, who was really the mastermind of this legislation. He only served 2 terms, but ones whose impact still reverberates to this day. I guess the thought I'll leave you with, and this will channel a little bit of Hemingway here, is when Mike, who's a salesman, one of the main characters in his book, he's asked by somebody, well, how did you go bankrupt? He said, well, gradually, and then suddenly. I think a water crisis unfolds in much the same way. It starts gradually, it creeps and creeps and creeps. We kind of get used to where we are, and then you get into a place where there's a problem, and the workout from a water bankruptcy is not easy. It takes many years. Livelihoods are destroyed, economic values destroyed, and our future's put on a different trajectory. With that, I thank you for your time and attention. Be happy to take any questions.
A couple did come in on the app, and I'll just take, maybe we can keep the responses short, but I don't want to give short shrift to the folks who are
I'll keep them
submitting.
very.
So I'll read them to you real quick.
Absolutely.
Okay, the first one was, what would it mean for areas without a GCD if Texas no longer had the rule of capture?
So those areas, I think, is where this would probably be most easily applied. I think where it would be a little more complex is if you have a GCD that is not already managing along those lines. But I think if you're in one of these white spaces, It's both most easily applicable there, but if you were the person who was sitting in the catbird seat with the deep straw, you may be the most affected. It's probably the honest answer.
The other question that came in was, how does this happen? Is this the legislature? Is this the courts? How does that issue get before the Supreme Court?
So you just asked the topic of my next paper, which I'm already writing on, so I'm not going to foreshadow too much. I will say that there's precedent and examples from other states if the legislature doesn't move with expediency. If you get a court that's got the intestinal fortitude, there's probably some things that could be done.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Gabe.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so that was great. And next up, we have another professor, Amy Hardberger, the director of the Texas Tech University Center for Water Law and Policy, who I think you've been there a year now, right before the summit last year when we were virtual. She's going to be speaking about ownership in place, another hot topic when it comes to Texas groundwater law, what it means and what it means for the future of groundwater litigation in Texas. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you. Do you need to? Thanks. And I'll just hold up a 5-minute. Thank you. I have a hot mic, so even whispering goes out. That's a danger zone. So I think what this presentation and the one before shows you is that this is what happens during a pandemic for academia. We just sit there and come up with all kinds of exciting notions that then we turn over to you, and you get to decide how lunatic they are. So I definitely fall in that category. I'm certainly not going to say that the other speakers in that category, but I'm in full sit quietly and think mode. So really the preface of this conversation is that, like you guys, I've been sitting in these rooms ever since the Day decision wondering what the legal future of groundwater is and watching how it's progressing and trying to maybe change the conversation a little bit as we go forward and think about all the property interests and not just a specific quantity of the property interests that have been we've been focusing on a lot in litigation. So the Day legacy is really about property rights. I think everybody here is well comfortable with that. I'm going to question the notion of whose property rights and what does it really mean for the folks that want to exercise the property right to mine groundwater or get these particularly larger permits, but not specifically. And you guys are all on the front line of trying to figure out how to do that in the ways that would meet your own needs or DFCs. So it's always nice to start with the law and what Day says. I think we all know the first part of what Day says, but something that we're going to focus on in this talk is the second part of that, or maybe the third bullet, which is it is very clear when you read the opinion that GCDs still have a right to regulate, right? And all of the case law that's come after that has recognized that, and what is important about that is that it can be easily paralleled to other areas of property rights regulations that I think have not been capitalized on yet in our litigation system. So that's why it matters. I'm not going to go through, this is not a case law update, but I do think it's important for us to see where litigation has been going more recently. And the two big buckets that I've seen litigation, this is by far the biggest, the takings bucket, and equal protection is one of the other ones. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just to give you an idea of when I see these, I start to see a bit of a drumbeat of property owners asking for permits and either being denied the permit in full or being denied a portion of the permit and then suing for a takings. That is a gross oversimplification of some of these cases. They are extremely complex, but when you take it down to why it is the complaint was brought, there is a takings focused on these, right? All citing back today. And of course, everybody knows that we have one big takings case that has already gone through, and that's Bragg. I like to caveat Bragg and remind us that it had a very specific and I would say extreme fact pattern. And so I think a lot of folks look at the bottom line of what the Braggs were paid, and they see an opportunity there. And the litigators that I know who get these phone calls on a regular basis like to remind these people, these potential clients, what the chances are that they're going to see anything like what the Bragg saw. And even if they do, it's always a nice reminder to the person how long the Braggs had to litigate in order to get that verdict, right? So that's kind of the other side of the ledger. So I think everybody's pretty familiar with what the takings argument is. The other one that we're seeing more and more is equal protection. And equal protection, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is a constitutional obligation to not treat similarly situated people differently. And so most people are familiar with equal protection in the race and gender areas, but there are different tests even for anything really. It's just a much easier test to defend. And so what we're seeing in equal protection is this move of saying, you're treating that water owner or that property owner differently than you're treating me. And so the place that we're most commonly seeing this in litigation is historic users versus existing users, or any two types of permits. There have been a couple of different litigation pieces where people have said, I'm a brand new user, I have this set of rules that applies to me in the district. That historic user has a whole different set of rules and obligations applied to them. That's unfair. Generally, the courts have not found that to be true. The devil's in the details and how you define what the class is. Just yesterday, I received the opinion from the Fazzino? I don't know how you say it, Fazzino? I'm looking at the lawyer. Case, and the court granted summary judgment for the groundwater district, saying that that there was no equal protection claim and that it was okay that the class was existing. These different types of permit users were allowed to be treated differently. What's important is everybody within that type of permit is treated the same. So these are sort of the background on which we look forward and think, okay, well, how are courts and litigation going to be part of this conversation? And while I would love it if this stuff was not handled in the court, the reality is that a property interest was given to surface estate owners in Day, and they are really the only ones that can fix it without a major takings problem, right? So if the legislature wants to come in and now change the thing that they refused to change since East, and they want to do reasonable rights or something different, that is going to be a major problem in the takings front, I think. The court has the opportunity to overrule themselves on Day, but I think if we took a hand vote in this room of how likely that would be to happen in the near future, I would not see a lot of hands. So thinking about the courts are going to be involved in whatever the next step is, and that means that groundwater districts are going to get a front row seat to whatever this is. And the problem that I have with the way that this has progressed is I think that Day has created a bit of a distraction. And the people who are, it's a bit of a squeaky wheel problem, and the folks that are talking loudly about my property rights, I want to be able to access that water, is often being heard a bit louder than the other equally important property rights that don't want the water to be drained. So the interesting thing about when the Day case came out was it was hailed as a huge victory for property rights. But what I always say back is, well, whose property rights? It's not unusual for me to get phone calls and say my neighbor is stealing all of my water. This is a 5th generation piece of property. What makes it beautiful is the spring, and they're taking it, and I'm having to explain to them what the Day case said. But all of that got me thinking, well, hang on. why are we, if we're really thinking about property rights, and more importantly, if groundwater districts are on the firing line to figure out what these property rights are, it's important for us to think about all the property rights holders when we're having those conversations. And we need to shift away from the distraction and into the outcomes. What is it that we want to happen? And I think that the initial panel today kind of set me up, you know, for a lot of these issues, and that is, you know, is it the DFCs? Is it, I mean, I think that, again, if I were to do a hand raising, which I kind of want to do just because I haven't been in front of actual humans talking in a year and a half, which is super weird. So I kind of want to call on somebody, but I won't do that. So, you know, what is it that we want to do? Instead of being reactionary to this litigation, maybe we should be thinking about the bigger picture and what we're trying to achieve. And I don't think anybody really wants us to run out of water, right? So the presentation just before me sort of, you know, there are real potentials for that happening. By the way, in my water law class, every time I teach it, on the first day of class, I ask everybody in the class, who thinks that we can run out of water? And it's amazing how few hands go up. And then I ask the question at the end of class, and a lot more hands go up because they understand that the law is not always there to protect the resource. In fact, it's not really ever there primarily to protect the resource. But groundwater districts are obligated to think about the resource. So there's a bit of a paradox there. So I don't know why this isn't, there we go. So in thinking about the outcomes that I wanted to focus on, that I was sort of picking up out in the ether, one was thinking about how other property rights holders could have more power, more legal power behind them, and that those, if they have more power behind them, that means groundwater districts have some downside protection to be denying these permits. That there might be other reasons that could be put forth for why these permits shouldn't be issued if there's going to be a negative impact either to other people or to the aquifer, DFCs, you name it. And then I think the other outcome that I was thinking about was the broader outcome, which is I would like to continue living here. Many of you would like to continue living here, and water is obviously maybe the most crucial element for that happening. So I sort of divided my thoughts into these different sort of categories. One is, you know, let's take another look at the Conservation Amendment and public trust. And I know everybody kind of rolls their eyes at public trust, like, oh, you know, but we actually have public trust all over Texas law. And so there's quite a bit of, when you start looking at the words of what are in these big, boring books, there's some interesting things in there. The second is something that you guys are well familiar with, and that is the statutory obligations of GCDs to do things like management plans, DFCs. I am fascinated by the waste issue. We're going to go into these. Looking at takings again, and then I think at some point we are going to have to really start talking about surface water rights again from a legal standpoint. I think everybody's familiar with the Conservation Amendment. It's why groundwater districts exist, right? Like it was the authority for which they could be created. I like to reread it from time to time because there really is some beautiful language in there about the value of natural resources and water in particular and our obligation to protect them for the public. And this is 100% public trust language, right? That it's owned by all of us and held in trust by whatever regulatory authority is there. And you know, we're seeing the public trust doctrine being expanded to other things. Public trust doctrine was initially about access to surface water, that you can't prohibit access to some surface waters, like navigable surface waters. But groundwater is becoming an interesting conversation piece for public trust. Hawaii extended the, oh, I have another little thing there. Hawaii extended the public trust to include groundwater using very similar Hawaiian law that sounds extremely similar to Texas law, interestingly. And so here the principle is to guide management of common resources. It's not a law, it's a principle. It's a way we approach things instead of the biggest pump wins. And the focus is really on the resources that are shared by all of us and with the goal of protecting it for future generations. And then if we are dewatering aquifers and without sort of, thinking about those principles, we are working against at cross purposes for what the public trust is. And as I mentioned, in 2000, Hawaii extended it to all waters of the state, and the language of what they based, a court did that based on language that they found in state law that sounded almost exactly like our conservation amendment. So it sounds esoteric, but it's not that big of a stretch. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I think you guys are the experts on this, but let's remember that groundwater district's statutory obligations, their stated purpose includes the word conservation, the name includes conservation. So clearly when we think about what the legislative intent was when Chapter 36 was being created and then later bolstered in different laws, the intent was to maintain the water into the future. Groundwater districts, as you know, have to do management plans. They then have to promulgate rules that are consistent with the management plans. When you go down into the rules to see, well, what needs to be in a management plan, the word conservation is all over the place, not to mention words of groundwater protection or source protection like recharging. So very clearly in that is this obligation to protect. And then, of course, desired future conditions are a translation of how we are going to meet those initial goals, and a groundwater district needs to work with the DFC as they promulgate their rules and make sure that they're trying to meet that goal. So plenty of that was discussed in detail from the district standpoint earlier today. Where I see one of the biggest opportunities, for lack of a better word, in groundwater litigation is this idea of waste. We know that groundwater has to be used beneficially. We don't have many rules for groundwater, particularly if you're in a white area, but we know that you have to use it beneficially. Waste is not beneficial, period. But we don't really know that much more about waste. We do have, this is the definition of waste, and I'm just sort of I just sort of bolded a few things because I know that's a lot of words on a slide. Not for beneficial use, the idea of escape, willful, negligent, these are the types of words that we're looking for. What's interesting to me is how little we've discussed waste in the law. The big waste case that we talk about all the time is Corpus versus Pleasanton. It's from, I think, the 50s, I'm forgetting. And it's not about, it's a bed and banks permit. It has to do with how much water is being lost through carriage losses as it goes from one place to the other. We've never really dug in and talked about waste as it pertains to a particular user, or denying a use because of waste, or somebody suing someone due to this violation, or potentially, I guess, suing a groundwater district for allowing a waste to occur. There is an interesting conversation on the LCRA Lost Pines issue that was in front of the State Office of Administrative Hearings. One of the reasons that the initial LCRA permits were denied was that there was a worry of carriage losses and that they felt like that would be a waste. And so we're starting to see, I think, this idea of, well, wait a minute, how are you using that water? And I think that's a natural progression of how we're going to talk about water. When there's plenty of something, nobody really cares how they use it, right? But when things start to run out, the example I always give my students is, if you have a friend that you know is terrible with money, like wastes money all the time, and they ask you, hey, can I borrow $20? You're gonna be a lot less likely to lend that person $20 than a friend that you know does everything they can and really just needs your $20 to get by. And so I think we're seeing that same type of accountability increase when there is this shortage and we're starting to take water from one place to the other. We definitely see this with these long-haul groundwater transfers. I'm on the SAWS Board of Trustees, and I can tell you that there are a lot of people that are very upset. I was not there when Vista Ridge was voted on, but who feel like, well, how are you using the water that you need to take our water? And I think waste is really embedded in that particular conversation. This is the thing I love to talk about the most, and I'm sure I'll run out of time on it, so we'll just throw it out there. But takings actually can cut both ways. And so when you, not to give a whole takings lecture, but I love teaching land use because there are 3 prongs to the Penn Central analysis, which is what most takings cases in Texas, it's partial economic deprivation. There are 3 prongs, right? The economic impact, which everybody likes to talk about on the property owner, the interference with investment-backed expectations, which everybody likes to talk about, and the one that we don't like to talk about as much, or at least was definitely not that big of a conversation in the Bragg decision, is nature of the government action. And when you look at where we might be going and where this idea of the regulation that the groundwater districts are trying to move forward, I would say it's a perfect parallel. I mean, all of the inverse condemnation takings, which is what this is based in land use. It is, this is my private property, and there is an entity, in this case the city, that regulates me heavily for the benefit of the good in using the police powers. And so we really don't, people love to talk about this is my property, I can do whatever I want. There are very few places, certainly if you're within any kind of an incorporated area, that you're actually gonna be able to do that. And so when we think about groundwater litigation evolving, takings groundwater litigation evolving, I think there's a very different, courts can decide it a very different way based on the character of the government action. It's hard to imagine something more important than preserving groundwater for the greater audience. And that can, a whole takings claim can turn right on that. And then the other thing is whose property rights, right? Like, are we forgetting about the property rights owner who does not want the water to be withdrawn? Does that person have, what power does that person have in the courts? And so I think there's some interesting places that this can evolve. And the last thing is, let's revisit surface water. Again, when we talk about other property interests, there are people that have surface water permits that are vested rights that they have held for a very, very long time. And the one case that we really have that says there's no liability between surface water and groundwater is the Comanche Springs case, which is quite old and in a very different world than what we live in now. So I can see in the future some, you know, whether it be Dow Chemical or, you know, a power plant. Imagine a power plant that has a surface right permit that can't run a power plant because the surface water has been drained from somebody pumping groundwater. It is hard for me to believe that that's not going to result in some litigation and perhaps a different answer than what we saw many decades ago. So these are my crazy COVID ideas, and I am happy to answer any questions if anybody has them. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not a litigator, I'm academic, so I get to say all this stuff, and I don't know if it's gonna work in court. That's your lawyer's problems, that's not my problem. So that's what I'm here to do.
So I did have a question, actually two come in.
Okay.
And this goes to the ownership in place topic you mentioned before.
Yeah.
How can someone who owns water protect it in place, and what can a GCD do to protect groundwater in place?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard under our current system. There's no two ways about it. And by the way, oh, and I should mention this came from, I wrote an article. This is a portion of that article. It's out, it'll be in publication in the fall. It's going through the editing process, but if anybody wants a copy of it, you have massive insomnia, let me know. It's stupidly long. But yeah, just email me and I'll throw that your way. So, but the article in this conversation is really focused on areas that have GCDs. So I just want to put a little asterisk and say white areas are a much bigger challenge. You're really left with just some common law claims. And so, I mean, the only way to protect it, I think, is if a GCD builds that into their rules and as part of their DFC. I mean, I think that it would have to be done through the permitting process. Almost, I mean, we see that on the surface water side, where you have freshwater flows or environmental flows. We recognize that a certain amount of the water should just be there. Now, somebody may still have to lower their pump. That's kind of a different issue, but I'm talking about a more permanent dewatering. But under our current system, it's a huge challenge.
So I combine those two questions. Are there any in the audience? All right, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I now confer upon all of you your honorary law degrees. Congratulations. Next up, I am delighted to introduce our first keynote speaker, Representative Tracy King, current chair of the House Natural Resources Committee. Representative King was first elected to the House back in 2005. Is that right? 2005? No, that's not right. I was going to say, it was before then. That's right. Representing District 80 in South Texas. During his tenure at the Capitol, he served on many committees, and through it all really has demonstrated a great understanding and commitment to sound groundwater management through the groundwater conservation districts time and time again. During this past session, which really was a session like no other, he expertly led the House Natural Resources Committee. And he also has made a cameo appearance this morning in a video to congratulate CE. It was great to see you this morning and again this afternoon. So let's welcome Tracy King.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and I always enjoy visiting with the folks at the Texas Association of Groundwater Districts. It's one of the organizations that obviously I've worked with longer. When I first got elected to the legislature in '95, the reason that they say 2005 is because the voters were kind enough to give me a 2-year vacation there in the middle after my 4th term, and then they were kind enough to let me come back from that vacation after 2 years. And so I was elected. I was sworn in 95 the first time, and 2005 the second time. And but I've served, I guess this is my 13th term since I've been in the legislature. And I've always worked, of course, closely with Texas Association of Groundwater Districts. When I first came in 1995, we were still creating some groundwater districts. I created the Winter Garden district down there with Zavala, Dimmitt, and LaSalle counties. And then there was a number of others created. And there's still a few more that need to be created, but they're not the easy ones, or we'd have done them a long time ago. And I want to thank Leah for inviting me. And I got to tell you, I don't know how much y'all know about Leah, but she is a first-class manager and negotiator for this association. When she called me and asked me, she called me and asked me about speaking, I said, well, we need to have a little discussion first. And she said, what's that? I said, well, it's about my speaking fee. And she said, okay. So we haggled, negotiated back and forth for a long time. And then finally, when it was all over, I wrote her a check and she let me come speak. So thank you so much. I appreciate it, Leah. So the 87th session of the legislature concluded at the end of May. And not too long after that, we started the first call session, and then immediately after that one, we started the second call session, which is what we're in the midst of as we speak. We've got a few more days left in that. I think it ends up right after Labor Day sometime, I think, is when it is, 6th or 7th. But we're expecting to be through by the end of this week, we hope. But I thought the 87th session went pretty well. It was my first session to chair the House Natural Resources Committee, but certainly not my first session to serve on that committee. It's my 11th time to serve on that committee, and I've always enjoyed it. I've been vice chair of it a number of times, back when David Counts chaired the committee. But I'm from Uvalde, Texas, and I lived most of my life in that part of the world. Like I said, I got elected in 1995 to the Texas House of Representatives. I've been honored to chair a number of different committees. I chaired the Border and International Affairs Committee, under Speaker Craddock. I chaired the House Ag and Livestock Committee with Speaker Strauss, and then I chaired the Licensing and Administrative Procedures Committee with Speaker Bonin, and then Speaker Phelan was gracious enough to appoint me as chair of the House Natural Resources Committee, and I've enjoyed that. So this particular committee is, this particular session has been a little bit different because of COVID, obviously. And everything has been different because of COVID. The way we met on the Texas House of Representatives, what kind of bills were considered, whether we even did memorial resolutions on the floor, which we did not. We didn't have big groups on the floor. We didn't have school children touring the schools and those types of things. And I'm sure many of you had virtual meetings. Did everybody in here, everybody had virtual meetings? Raise their hand. Everybody did, yeah. And that's the same way it was where I'm from in Uvalde. In fact, one of the judges that I'm talking to, in fact, he's very, very ill with COVID right now. Justice of the Peace, I was talking to him the other day, and I asked him how his deal was going before he got COVID, of course. And he said, it's been very strange. He said, we had to do virtual meetings, and I'd never done virtual meetings before. And so that has changed the whole way that we work in the deal. In fact, he told me about one of his hearings that he had that was really distressing, because he normally would have been able to see these people in person, but they were on the camera, and it was this old couple. And the lady had been arrested for stealing a can of peaches. And he didn't know what to do, and so he sat there and he deliberated. And of course, it's over virtual media here, and he couldn't. So finally, in exasperation, he asked her, he said, how many peaches were in that can? She said, there were 3. And he said, all right, I sentence you to 3 days in jail. And then her husband raised his hand and he said, sir, Judge, can I say something? He said, sure. He said, she took a can of green beans too. It's nothing like a loving couple, you know. So, but the committee's changed, the committee makeup has changed, the basis of it's changed. We did Senate Bill 1 in '95 and Senate Bill 2 later on. And then over the years, and then in the early days, it was all about groundwater districts, and then it became all about groundwater transportation. And then last time it was about Hurricane Harvey and storm damages and repairs and those types of things. But no matter how much the committee has changed over the year, the goal has always been this. We want to enact a reasonable framework that allows Texans access to fresh, clean water now and for generations to come. The committee has always been forward-looking and attempts to the best of its members' ability to plan for the future. We look to all of you, the smartest experts using the best tools and latest technology, to offer your input and help us guide us in the future. And I appreciate y'all doing that. And I also appreciate a very, very talented committee clerk that I have named Sam Baccaris that wrote that particular paragraph that I just read to you. And so this last session we had Winter Storm Uri. And I don't have to tell you that it got cold in the state of Texas on February the 14th and stayed cold for a while. The legislature worked hard at trying to come up with some solutions. And in my personal opinion, what we concluded after looking at all of that is that that was a 500-year storm, and there really wasn't much you could do about it. But that we did pass some laws and some funding that encourages the producers of natural gas and the power plants to try and winterize their equipment to the extent that they can. But at the end of the day, you just don't engineer for those types of storms. You don't engineer for them in your groundwater districts. But on the topic of water, this particular legislation, at least from my perspective, there was very little must-pass water legislation, particularly in terms of groundwater. Now, there was obviously an omnibus groundwater bill, Senate Bill 152, by Senator Charles Perry, who chairs the House Ag and Natural Resources Committee, chairs the Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee and does a fine job. And I worked with him when he was a House member, and I'm always happy to work with him. And there was a omnibus bill, and the truth is it was a Texas Farm Bureau bill. It was a property rights bill that they'd been working on for a number of years. And they'd put a lot of work into it, and this was the session that they were going to get it passed. But at the end of the day, there was a difference of opinion between the House in the Senate, Charles Perry and Tracy King, over how to handle the whole issue of attorney's fees, and ultimately that became something that was very, very important to both of us, and so that bill did not pass. There really wasn't anything in it that changed the game too much for groundwater districts. I think you could have gone with it or without it, but it was very, very important to the property rights folks and to the Texas Farm Bureau, and I know they were very, very disappointed about it. And I'm certain that during the next session of the legislature, you're going to see a similar piece of legislation again. Interestingly enough, the Farm Bureau backed off of the attorney fee issue and decided that that was not as important to them as they believed that it had been in previous sessions. And so that was a big concession on their part, and I was glad to see that. But other than that, there wasn't really a lot of groundwater legislation that I can remember off the top of my head. But in the committee in general, there were water issues that came up. The Hidalgo County Water Control Improvement District number 3 is a perennial issue in the Texas legislature and in the House of Representatives. That is a district that's run by Othel Brand in the valley. And Othel Brand is a force of nature in the valley, and those of you that may know him. And he and his family have been very, very responsive and good stewards of that river irrigation district for a number of years. City of McAllen buys water from them. City of McAllen candidly thinks they pay too much for that water, and so they want to take it over. And it's been, they've been trying to do it legislatively for a number of years. Some of us that represent areas with other irrigation districts usually work against it because of the precedent that that might set if you have an urban area just simply come in and take over a water resource like that because they feel like they're paying too much for it. Now, there's all kinds of other complaints and that they lodge against the district, but at the end of the day, that's Tracy King's personal opinion is that they want to control that water source. So that issue came along. We did not pass the bill that allowed them to do that, but we did change the bill to put in some good governance measures, and so hopefully the issue of the Hidalgo County Water Control Improvement District number 3 will rest for a little while. We are going to have some interim hearings in there to discuss the way that irrigation districts take care of their business in the next, during the next interim. And that brings up the interim. Normally what we'd be doing right now is we would be drafting up and taking in requests from everybody out here about what kind of interim charges we ought to look at before the next session of the legislature. But we've had 2 special sessions and another one on the way, probably on redistricting in this fall, and so we hadn't done that yet. But we're going to get that done, and so those interim hearings will be done next summer and next spring, depending on how many people have primary races and when the primaries are and those types of things. And so I would encourage any of you in this room that have any suggestions for things that the House Natural Resources Committee can look at over the next interim to please let me know so that we can decide whether that's something that we will be able to look at in the next session of the legislature. So the other pieces of legislation that we looked at in the committee, the ones that I worked on personally, I worked on the Water Trust Bill, which granted the Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Department, the ability to encourage and facilitate voluntary transfer of water rights to the Texas Water Trust, House Bill 2225. Water Development Board can already receive those, but it's not really something that they pursue, but the Parks and Wildlife does pursue those types of things. These are for wetlands preservations primarily, and so it gives them some latitude to do that. We passed a bill that didn't come through our committee, it went through a different committee, but it had to do with produced water. Produced water is the stuff that comes out of the oil and gas wells that is all of a sudden it's a new water. I always thought it was just dirty water, and now it's new water, it's produced water. And so the fight becomes who owns produced water. And when somebody had to pay to haul it off and stick it down in an injection well, nobody owned it, you know, as far as anybody was concerned when you had to pay for it. But now, since they think they can recycle it and reuse it and maybe sell it, well, then all of a sudden the ownership issue has become a real deal. And so that was something, then there's some people out there that are in this recycling business. They have what they call Well, they had, the people I was helping are called commercial recyclers, and they're the ones that go in and get a contract to take the water and recycle it and move it somewhere else. And then they have another group, what they call, they have a term for the people that are actually the drillers and the water that they recycle. And I don't remember what they call them. But anyway, so the licensing process at TNRCC is designed for the folks that are drilling the wells and how they handle the water. The folks that want to get into the business and not necessarily just recycle water at this one specific drill site or this one specific field, but they want to be able to travel around the state and do it, they thought that they needed a different type of licensing. And so the bill that we carried, House Bill 3516, directed the Texas Natural Resources Conservation, the TNR Railroad Commission, Texas Railroad Commission, to create a license for commercial water recyclers. They were less than enthusiastic about that direction, but they did agree to it in the end, and we passed the bill. We had another bill about Texas House Bill 2716, allow the Texas Parks and Wildlife to have party status anytime that somebody requests a surface water permit. They used to have that years ago. And then, I think it was around 2011, I don't remember, sometime back there, whenever the TCEQ was up for sunset review last time, then there was an amendment placed in there that said that they didn't have that party status anymore. They would like to be able to do that, so if a river runs through a state park, they at least can be have a seat at the table about those water permits. That ended up running into a lot of trouble from a lot of people, actually. And it seemed like a good idea at the time, and Parks and Wildlife was really for it, and some of the former commissioners that were good friends of mine were for it. But ultimately, it didn't pass. The bill I worked on for several years that I put a lot of sweat equity into was House Bill 4146, and we called it our Pristine Rivers Bills. So, any of you been out to Devil's River? Garner State Park, Frio River, in that area, that water is crystal clear. You tube in it, you count your toes on the bottom of it, even if it's 8 feet deep, assuming that you can, stand that far up. But anyway, and so there's a big movement here in the last few years to keep people from injecting treated wastewater into those fields. Because even though the water is treated to potable levels, it has a lot of phosphorus in it. And it's been determined that that phosphorus, when it hits that pristine stream, it creates an algae bloom, and it changes the character of the stream. Now, it doesn't ruin the water. It doesn't kill any fish. And it doesn't mean that you can't drink it. But it does change the nature of that stream. And this is irrefutable. So we came up with so in the past, I tried to introduce a bill that said in certain parts of the state, Devil's River, north of Uvalde or whatever, you can't do this anymore. You have to use some other type of application. If you build some cabins or a river camp, you have to put in, you have to dispose of with land disposal techniques or septic systems. And so this one, we approached it and we said if it changed the character of the phosphorus level by a certain percent, you had to use land application or septic. You could not use the traditional treated wastewater disposal system. And it was going to affect 1.6% of the streams in the state of Texas. The vast majority of them west of San Antonio, northwest out in that area. That's where they were going to be. And not all the streams, just segments of them. And there were very, very few pending permits on any of those streams. So that was the issue. But again, the developers and the builders and those types of people saw it as a camel's nose under the tent, bad precedent, all those types of things, and they fought it. And they're formidable, and they're very, very good at what they do. And we were able to get it out of the Texas House of Representatives. It took a lot of work, but we got it out of there. But in the Senate, it didn't go anywhere. But that's a big issue, and it's very popular, and it's a bipartisan issue. You would be surprised who supported that issue. I filed a bill to do away with sunset for river authorities. They never should have been put in sunset in the first place. I was in the legislature. I voted against the bill to make them go under sunset. And the only reason they went under sunset is because a powerful legislator got mad at a river authority that was misbehaving, and he put them all under sunset. And now we're trying to get them out of there. I got it out of committee which I'm the chairman of, and we got it into calendars, but we didn't get it out of calendars. So that was some of the stuff that we worked on, that I worked on, and then in the committee there was a number of other issues that other members of the legislature, we've got a great committee, there's 11 members. We did Sunset Authority for the Brazos River Authority, which was, what was I telling you about a minute ago? They shouldn't have to go under sunset, but they did. We did, we allowed the sale of a water or sewer utility system by a municipality without an election. Sometimes these places, typically it's small ones that candidly don't do a very good job of collecting their money from their ratepayers, and they get into trouble a lot of times. And used to, in order for them to sell, the ratepayers had to vote to allow them to sell. And so under a unique set of circumstances, they can be sold now without that particular criteria being met. You know, it's ironic, the people that aren't paying their bills, that are complaining about they're not getting water delivered or the sewer isn't being done treated rightly, but they won't pay their bills, and they complain about that. They don't want you to sell it to somebody who's a big operator and actually knows how to run a deal, because they know that those people are going to collect their money. And so it's kind of a circle deal there, and you wonder. But let me see. Senator Perry had a bill about produced water. We talked about that. That was Senator Perry's bill that I carried for him in the House and got passed. We had another one. The biggest bill we had session probably in terms of money was the relating to the creation of the Gulf Coast Protection District, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose fees, providing authority to impose a tax, and granting the power of eminent domain. Now that got some attention. And that's East Texas, that's Harris County, and that all has everything to do with Hurricane Harvey. And so they're going to build all kinds of flood control districts over there. And in the pay for them, they created a taxing district that's 8 counties over there. And so a lot of the local politicians, you know, had to kind of figure out a way to make this and justify it. But we got it passed, and it's a Army Corps of Engineer project that they call the Coastal Spine. They're going to build a big wall, and the Army Corps of Engineer was the one driving the train and one paying for the money. And candidly, the way the bill got drafted was because the Army Corps said that's the way we got to have it or we're not going to do this. And so those were some of the pieces of legislation that we worked on in the last session that I thought were pretty good. Like I said, it wasn't a big groundwater session, which is not a bad thing, by the way. Generally speaking, if there's a lot of legislation being filed in your area of expertise, somebody's angry. And so it's not all bad when you don't have a lot of legislation. There were 6,927 bills filed. 1,073 of them went to the governor, and he vetoed 20 of them. And then he also had one very significant line item veto when he vetoed Article 10 of the budget, which pays for all the legislative staff and those types of things. And he did that because he was upset that a bunch of folks broke quorum and he didn't get a bill passed that he wanted to. So that's all that I have. Like I said, COVID was a big part of the session. Does anybody here know why anteaters don't get COVID? Why don't anteaters get COVID, Greg? Because they're full of antibodies, Greg. So with that, I have no more for you, and I look forward to visiting with all of you at the cocktail reception. Lee, I don't think, is there a question and answer deal?
Unless you want to take a
Okay,
question.
we can do that at cocktail, can't we? We can.
I do have to say one thing, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman King is also a tough negotiator because I got to use some of that check to buy him a steak tonight.
All right. God bless all of you. Thank you for what you're doing. I'm a huge believer in groundwater districts. I believe that any area that has a significant groundwater resource needs to have a groundwater district. There's a handful of them out there that we haven't done yet, and we all know who they are. And it's just because creating the right kind of balance on the board is a real challenge in those particular areas. But we'll continue to work on it. If anybody's got any great ideas, let us know what you want us to look at in the interim. As always, we're here to assist you any way we can. God bless you, and thank you for having me today. If I'm still on the mic, I want to congratulate CE on his retirement also.
Thank you so much, Chairman King. one of my favorite moments of the session I wasn't present for. I was watching on the live stream, and it was in that pristine rivers bill, and Chairman King evoked the black helicopters and how they were really not coming, and I just loved that moment. Anyway, thank you so much for that. It was great to have you here. Appreciate you being here and all you do to protect the groundwater resources of our state. It's been a great first day. So glad to have you all here. I want to thank Half Associates, who is the sponsor of tonight's reception. It's just me standing between y'all and the 3 bars we have outside. It's going to be out in the foyer here as well as out in the courtyard if folks prefer to be in the open air. We are going to reconvene here tomorrow at 8:15. There will be some breakfast available. Just kind of grab and go breakfast in the foyer starting at 7:45. Thank you so much to the Glasscock Groundwater Conservation District for sponsoring that breakfast. And with that, I will say we'll see you in the morning, or we'll see you over a cocktail in a minute here. Thanks all.